各位 C 粉，大家好，欢迎来到2025 CFS 世界总决赛，我是主持人于悦。我现在所在的位置是成都大魔方的外场区域，也是我们本次 CFS 盛典的所在位置。CFS 体验区是玩家的第一站，大家可在此走完全套游戏流程，选择阵营、抽取身份、选择枪械，完成赛前备战的模拟全流程，随后正式进入游戏，开始对决。哇，这个地方是不是很眼熟？这个窗口和黑色城镇当中的场景一模一样。大家现在所处的位置就是整个外部 CF 体验区的核心地带。沿着大路前进，路上会看到本次盛典的几个任务打卡点，打卡你的身份线下任务，集齐5个游戏章即可兑换奖励哦。我身后就是本次盛典的第一个任务——火力全开。作为一名资深 C 粉，肯定是手到擒来。Let's go！大成功！果然我的枪法和游戏当中的一样准。走，一起去看看下一个任务怎么样。在这个区域里面，哪个任务是你觉得最好玩的？
我觉得就是过红线那个任务，因为我觉得特别的有挑战性，就非常考验身体的灵活度。
有没有觉得在这个地方勾起了你的一些回忆？
就想到小时候一群人就围在一个电脑屏幕，然后一个人死一条命这么玩。
I haven't made it all the way through yet, so I might change my mind. But so far, honestly, it was really cool. This laser thing that's right here in Catwalk on Black Widow, it was pretty fun. It made me sweat a little bit.
Which team got your support today? Which team?
Normally, I would say AG all day.
AG.
Because honestly, I really do think AG's gonna win.
Oh.
But the Stallions boys, they treat me so nice. They call me their uncle. They're always making jokes and having fun with me. I have to support the boys because that's where the heart is right now. So Stallions.
我现在所处的位置是大家进入主赛场前的专属社群空间。在这里，你可以提前感受 CF 的文化魅力，欣赏由玩家们创作并通过收集活动脱颖而出的优秀作品。同时，这里的大屏幕会实时直播外部舞台的精彩赛事。更重要的是，你还有机会参与到与 CF 知名 KOL 共同进行的舞台活动中，与大神零距离互动，并与高达5.5米的 CF 角色雕像合影，每一处细节都复刻得淋漓尽致，气场全开。穿越喧嚣的外场，踏入赛场的大门。舞台怎么样？我们先卖个关子，先带大家一起来看一看一般人看不到的后台区域。沿着舞台外侧往里走，这里就是选手们的休息区。看我们随机敲开一扇门，能不能偶遇高人气选手？Hi, how do you guys feel today? Nervous?
No.
Excited.
Okay.
Everyone's excited. We can't wait. I hope it starts now.
OK, bye bye.
Bye.
看完了 STS 的休息室氛围，让我们一起去看一看他们的对手 AG 的休息室，走吧。Hello， 大家好。如果1到10，这个信心的打分，你们会给自己打几分
9分吧。
9分，那差的那1分在哪里？
差的那1分在可能临场吧，就是今天可能看状态吧，每个人就是这1分确实有不确定因素。
给粉丝们就是贡献一场精彩的比赛吧，然后双方都竭尽全力就打好这场比赛。
再往前走就是我们的海外采访间了，在这里背景板、灯光还有翻译耳机一应俱全，一个小小的空间连接着全世界的 Cfesports。看完后台之后，我们一起来看看选手的对战席吧。现在选手都走了，我们也来体验一下，走。750赫兹超高刷新率，配上顶级降噪耳机，这种体验太震撼了。比赛马上就开始了，让我们一起去看一下现场。哇，这个屏幕真的太大了，还是杜比环绕音效，声音特别立体。除此之外，现场的气氛也都十分的热烈。前面那里还有 KOL 解说席，现在我们的 KOL 正在现场感受比赛热度，进行实况解说。比赛已经开始，祝所有的队伍都取得理想的成绩，加油
！Hello。
One advances to face all gamers. The other finishes in 3rd place. The lower bracket final begins now.
Nia is responding.
4 dates. Jesus. And it's going to hit on Buddy for Pepe. VNC, bit of a wrist flare on the swing. Silvaris! Oh, he didn't see him. Loy not second in spot, double spray action. Loy versus 2, he gets 1! Looking for the final frame. And it's gonna be Stallions shutting down Alcantara in the lower brackets. Kill.
Hello and welcome to the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. We are here once again back at the caster desk. I am Valdez with Neo Kai and Elfish Sky. We're going to be getting into an epic best of 5 between AG, all gamers of course, up against Team Stallions from the Philippines. Going to be a very awesome one. They've already played a best of 5 before, which was very close, and we're hoping that this one will deliver as well. Let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, a big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. Thanks to our official partner Ant Gamer for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion. Thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system, built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win. So, I think that might be my last sponsor read for the event. So
That's sad in a way, you know, like it means the event's coming to a close, right? It hits me right there.
So we are here at another Grand Finals. How are you feeling coming into this one, guys?
Yeah, pretty amped up. I mean, it's been a fantastic start to the day. We got to have a little bit of a wander around outside, and I think I'll give a quick shout out to Smilegate and Hero Esports for doing such a great job of kind of making this an event. It feels like they've gone a really long way over the last couple of years in turning this from just an esports spectacle into an actual spectacle just generally, because there was a lot of fun to be had outside of the arena, you know, cosplayers, and there was guns and replica model maps and activities and all sorts of things. It was a really, really good time, Neo. I know you had a lot of fun as well. Always, now it's time to lock in, obviously, as we get ourselves ready for a very big grand final between All Gamers and Team Stallions. As you can see here, the bracket playing out in, I think, a reasonably expected way for the most part. There had been maybe a couple of surprising results. Obviously, Evolution Power might not have expected to have gotten knocked down into that lower bracket quite so soon, but Team Stallions were on such a great run, and they made their way through to that upper bracket final to play All Gamers, and that was a very, very close matchup that we now get to see a rematch of in the grand final. So I think this is set up for a really memorable grand final, similar to the one we had last year.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it now as well is that this is actually, in a way, a bit of a historic one. You know, for the first time we're getting a Philippine side who have a real chance to win here. I mean, this is a Stallion side who have been the best team all the way throughout this tournament. They've been leading the way in terms of kind of their current form bringing into this. And it's AG, for one of the rare times we get to say here, where AG actually, kind of technically speaking, do have a really difficult task ahead of them, rather than what has been quite a common conversation with them of AG are expected to go the distance. They're expected to be a finals team. They're expected to be right in kind of that conversation constantly for a trophy. Now it's actually more, this is probably one of the hardest challenges they've had, because they've not been fantastic all the way throughout this tournament. I don't know what to expect, but the one thing we do know for damn sure, I'm looking around here, they've got the fans on their side. This is a crowd that is starting to pack out, and there's AG flags flying high everywhere.
Yeah, not a big surprise. We are here in Chengdu, China, once again, with AG being the Chengdu All Gamers. Lots of fans coming out here to support them, but as you mentioned, Team Stallions have been fantastic. Kanoa's been putting up epic numbers. We have them at first kills into round wins, and also pretty high in terms of GR and BL round wins. A lot of clutches on top of it all. But, you know, regardless of the stats, I do think, you know, it was a very close series last time out. Even though some of the maps were a little bit one-sided, we did have at least the 3-2. And this is the champion predictions. All of us, except Sneaky Frog, did go ahead for AG at the beginning of the... This is before any of the matches were played. And you can see just how many people went for AG and how only the a couple of the Tagalog casters did go for... the Team Stallions. as you're pointing at some of the funnier predictions here that
Morgan,
not going
Twisted
to happen.
Minds. I wonder what he was cooking with that one. But yeah, no, it's actually a bit of a win-win for me because, you know, coming in towards this finals, I'm feeling that Stallions have the edge, but I went for AG at the start. So no matter which way this one goes, I win, which is a pretty perfect way of setting up. I only just realized until now. But, I mean, we came in towards this, and it kind of makes sense, I think, why AG dominate a lot of the predictions. Domestically, being so good within kind of China heading in towards the tournament. But also on top of that, too, we look at them, EWC, where they were so unbelievably clean all the way throughout. And there's been so much to like about them. And sure, at this tournament, there's been struggles, there's been a little bit of woes, and there's still been some teething issues getting back to that EWC level. But the main thing is they're here and they've made it to that final, right? And now it's a chance to close. Of course, got our predictions. I've gone Stallions 3-1. Jordan, you've gone AG 3-2. So it's divided here on the desk. I guess you've got to be the great decider, really.
Yeah, I think AG is going to take it 3-2. I think that's what's going to happen, but it's a lot of different factors. I just feel like they're very consistent. We did see Stallions absolutely destroy Alcazia yesterday. It was not close, so I think that does lead into them having a lot of momentum. They look like they were having a lot of fun. Mentally, they should be in a good spot. But all gamers have this insane crowd behind them. They've been on this stage so many times before. They are the final boss of CrossFire for the last 5+ years, right? And ZQ is back, and these guys are looking for another championship to get under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, I've been AG all the way, obviously, with that prediction from the outset. I had them as my team to beat from day dot. I will say I'm not quite as confident now as what I was at the start of the tournament, which is kind of a weird thing to say after obviously having seen all gamers go all the way through the upper bracket in the playoffs. But I think the way in which they did go through that was very up and down. I mean, they dropped the map obviously to Xrock, but 2 maps dropped there to EVOS, 2 maps dropped to Stallions. There's definitely a lot to be said for AG looking maybe a little bit shakier this year than they have in the past, and Team Stallions have been on this great run of form. Even though they weren't able to get the better of AG in that upper bracket final, they do feel like they're a very, very present threat. They pushed them in that upper bracket final. So again, you know, all it really takes is Stallions stepping up on the day today, and it could be them walking away with the very first trophy at a CFS event for the Philippines region. Yeah, we're talking about stepping up as well. We look towards that man on the left. No, right? He has been the best player at this tournament. There's no one even actually close. He's got a 0.2 rating higher than any other player at this stage at the tournament. You know, you look on the flip side, people like ZQ, people like Do, who sit around that kind of 1.28 rating. No, it's absolutely dwarfing them in terms of individual ability. He has been absolutely electric all tournament long. This tournament, kind of tournament has been a real kind of opening of the eye for a lot of people about how good Stallions actually play. And you look at their run, and for the most part, very, very good. Of course, dropping 3-2 to AG, but they'd love to get revenge. But that Alcazia win yesterday is really what's giving me a lot of confidence heading in towards it. They looked so clean all the way throughout that. And sure, Alcazia haven't been great, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say that they've been super clean themselves. But you look at the way in which Stallions have played throughout this tournament, it's been a consistent, unbelievably high level. And when we talk about the real high highs for this side, well, the highs have, for me, have been higher than AG by quite a margin. And the lows have not been as low as AG. And that's where I'm sitting in towards this one and say, if you're talking about averages, they've actually averaged better heading in towards this. But is that head-to-head, and they still can't find that win, right? And there's also that experience factor. You know, AG have been here, they've done that. They are probably the most legendary team when it comes to CrossFire in the history of the game, and Stallions are playing in their very first Grand Final. For the majority of this AG lineup, they've played Grand Finals, they've won Grand Finals, and so
it's second nature to them at this point.
Exactly. There's definitely that experience factor, I think, that will potentially come into play here when that pressure really starts to build. But I don't think we can really go past the level of consistency which we've seen AG playing at, not necessarily in this tournament, but just across the years, right? They are just perennial winners. And obviously they come away with the win at EWC, so they're already kind of like looking to go 2 for 2. And in fact, if we go back to ACL, 3 for 3, if you include that one. So 2 key players, definitely. I think, you know, there's no question that it is going to be ZQ and No that are really going to be in our sightlines for this matchup today. No, he's been the best rifler at this event for the most part, and ZQ, the most experienced rifler, and feels like a big key difference maker for AG. When he wasn't in this lineup, they were struggling last year. Now that he's back, they've won EWC, they've gotten into the grand final of CFS again, where they placed 6th last year. So it's already a big improvement for them. But can they find themselves the trophy again? AG will have to find out if ZQ will be that difference maker one more time.
And the ones that you have to look at there is No is averaging over a kill a round. That is unbelievably hard. And it's fine if you do it in one series. This is, what, 7th series now we played this one. He's averaging over a kill a round. That is a ludicrous stat. And it might not look like it's that much because it's a 1.03. I don't think you find many tournaments where a single person does that over multiple games. Maybe one series, sure, and it's a live series. Doing that across a tournament, I don't think that happens really ever. It didn't happen once at nobody EWC, despite how good all gamers look. Not a single player average over a kill. He's averaging at this one over a kill a round, which is bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a legendary up-and-comer, you could say. I feel like this level of talent hasn't been seen in quite a while. We do see a lot of these different comments. Last day, grand final remains. AG pursue a long-awaited championship title after their latest in 2021. So, has been a little bit since they've actually won a title, but they have been around, obviously, for a while at these championships and competing for them, as STS is looking to make history and get their own. Story continues on to the grand final stage. AG's late series control sealed the last best of 5 after trailing 1-2. All eyes turn to the map veto strategy. Will they remove New Mexico? Definitely a good question. As ZQ says, we're ready for the best, for their best. Stallions have grown fast. Team play and map understanding are stronger than before. We faced them once, studied them since, and we believe our prep will show today. AG carrying experience as we are zooming through these. We're ready, and we'll have fun doing it, says KLB. And they've learned from their mistakes. A lot of what AG said as well, you know, just we're going to prep a lot. We really have a lot of respect for them. It is going to be a very close one, and I think our leaders, our coaches are really going to shine here today as well in terms of their preparation for their extremely difficult opponents. As guys, we are ready to jump into the opening ceremony. It is going to be amazing. It will be electric. Stay tuned.
重生满真心，是这副已久的执着，背离伤痕真结假托，谁面孔定格于此刻，倒数的痛点，不顾受尽的威廉，擦亮了指尖流淌的热血，子弹出膛何来妥协？我亲手抹掉这群如果，这绝技并不够粉刷。若不服再来一回如何？奇迹被换千遍复刻，我就是我的颜色。反复衡量着我与靶心的距离，也吃出犹豫扣下半径的时机，穿过风暴大雨，越过准备荆棘，坚持是我和我的默契，倒数的童年，不顾受尽的威廉，擦掉了指尖流淌的热血，子弹出膛何来妥协？我亲手抹掉这群如果，这绝技并不够粉刷。若不服再来一回如何？奇迹被换千遍复刻，我就是我的颜色。命不曾停下穿越，那双眼的热血的维修之战线，一动惊天，在一起踏面，狂热也辉光冲天。我似乎千篇一律，我亲手抹掉这群如果，这绝技并不够粉刷。如果不能粉碎枷锁，是未曾退缩的我，是穿越风雨的我，是奔向未来的我，是勇敢的我。
耶，这里是2025成都 CFS 世界总决赛的战场。还记得当年3亿鼠标儿时的梦想？没错，当全球的灯光聚焦在我们身上，我想你们每一位都做好了准备。You ready？ CFS 皇冠，走上卫冕之路，开始终极对决，准备狂战。手里子弹在压，蓄势待发，看谁能带上皇冠。回想曾经连排对决开场，我为冠军而来。3亿鼠标的枪战，梦铸就此刻的不朽传奇。10年磨一剑，是时候该做个了断。坚定的信念，我为我自己而战。聚光灯照亮这片战场，全球的目光在同个方向。2025 CFS 传奇准备登场，奖杯折射是新一代的渴望，期待获得胜利，听台下欢呼声多么响亮。老将握紧枪柄，像重铸的断剑，新秀踩碎质疑，说失败就多练。地图每个角落都刻着热血过往，每一步每一发子弹都代表着技术的增长。弹道划破寂静，决战即将起航，对决开场，我们必当冠军，散发光芒，键盘激昂，刻下所有等待输赢的答案，用子弹记载成都 CFS。Are you ready？ 这一刻，世界屏幕里爆开，这一战，子弹声大的节拍，这一瞬，只会让敌人发呆。这一场，把世界门打开，身上的伤疤垒成勋章，这是属于我们的地方。Spaghetti， 开启新的篇章。 的他无限用成绩把敌人全部干晕，成为了2座联赛和 EWC 的世界冠军。让我们有请残局制胜的枪神，潜伏的利刃破局定胜负，年轻战马的心脏，学业与职业的征途，他全都要兼顾。让我们有请 KLB。从第一届开始，一步一步打出成绩，斩获了联赛8冠，再到2021，成就了 CFS 的世界冠军。让我们有请虫儿。从2队替补到首发舞台，中央踏步，祖父母家的餐桌是他能量的补助。素无的少年藏着明星的天赋，胜负的渴望下，稚气的笑容依然展露。让我们有请诺。从百城联赛一步一步打入了职业殿堂，加入 AG 拿下金枪王，迎来了巅峰之锋芒。让我们有请嘉伟。从辗转3队轨迹到沉默的枪声为至今响起，赛场无声却坚定，他把奖杯化作家的地基。让我们有请瑞。首次登上 AG 首发就已打满了整个 S21赛季，成功拿下联赛冠军的荣誉，现场落泪让此刻铭记于心。让我们有请 DOO。从2023的赛场生涯到 Team 的终极辅助，聚光灯外他默默构图，无惧重重重压，冲破风霜雨雾，奖金化作他孝心的备注。让我们有请 J。秀气的外表和过硬的枪法形成了明显的反差，输出击杀爆表，随地身法都在硬拉。S 级的评定是对全世界的贺礼，让我们有请1222。均衡的拘禁锁定残局的风暴，从8口之家的期盼到 CFS 的赛道，他枪管从不抛锚。冠军的梦想是照亮人生的赛道，让我们有请 KLP。10位选手已登场，战意席卷这战场。CFS 2025全球聚焦，荣神之巅见证锋芒。冠军皇冠谁主宰？子弹上膛见真章。不辱使命志如钢，一旦触发无人挡。胜负只在一瞬间，胜负就在这一枪。让我们拭目以待，这终极对决即将席卷全场。
of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals begins now. Only one will be crowned champion. Dare to dominate!
这是一个成为英雄的道路。那些曾经所付出的、坚持的、承受的、面对的，都汇聚成了此刻的终极对决。
距离上一次拿到 CFS 冠军是21年拿的嘛，22年、23年都亚军，我记得。因为时间也比较久了嘛，不记得了。
夺冠的感觉肯定有吧，因为那年自己第一次拿 CFS 冠军，肯定还记得。
去年成绩不是特别好吧，然后队伍需要我就回来了嘛。
今年我们已经比去年成绩好了。
恭喜 A 队挺进决赛。
Kaya natalo kami kagabi sa EJ kasi bad mood lang kasi kami nun eh. Nung umuwi kami, nag-meeting kami, tapos nakuha namin yung panalo namin sa Chengdu.
恭喜 SCS 进入到决赛。
I just came here to play, that's all. And play for fun, nothing to lose.
虽然关山难越，但是他们翻过了山，也成为了山。
因为我离开赛场已经500天了嘛，如果这次还能拿冠军的话，就证明我还没有老吧，我还可以继续打。
Para sa akin, pinapatunayan namin na kahit galing kami sa computer shop na naglaro into international, kaya talaga basta mangarap lang ng mataas. Tapos hard work din.
他们不相信一切皆有定数。他们只相信一切皆有可能。
不管决赛的队伍是哪支队伍，我们都是非常有信心的，有十足的把握。
Para sa akin, dahil nakagawa kami ng history sa Cfesports region ngayon, handa na din kaming makatapat namin sila ulit, tapos bumawi.
冠军留在中国就可以了。
终点只有一个，让我们静待新的传奇篇章。
Well, if you weren't excited before that opening ceremony, surely you are now. I think that was probably, in my history doing at CrossFire, the best opening ceremony I have seen. And I've been here for 10 years now. That was certainly something. And by the way, that might be the biggest screen we've ever had at a CrossFire South Grand Final as well. And I am hoping that this Grand Final is going to deliver in much the same fashion too. AG Stallions went all the way to 5 in their last meeting a couple of days ago. And we can only hope that the game is going to be quite as impressive today.
I mean, let me say, I've been as a spectator, as a talent, as anything, you know, even a journalist, I've been to a variety of kind of esports events, crossing, you know, a multitude of games, a multitude of platforms. That is, without a doubt, the best intro I've seen for any, and I've been going for a long, long time now. So, like you said, Jordan, an incredible spectacle. We already spoke about the spectacle that was on Potential before we got that show going, but if you're not hyped now, I don't know if you will be. But maybe this game might do it for you. Bampik's about to come through momentarily between Stallions and AG. It is the rematch, of course. AG winning out the first time 3-2, going down to the wire, but those final 2 maps, Stallions fell a little quiet. They are hoping that is not the same story here. I'm really looking forward to getting this one underway. I will say in Battle of the Aura, Stallions won that one of the intros.
They did.
Throw it out there.
They did. KLB was looking like an absolute boss on the stage. Look,
KLP as well. I love the little drum segment.
The drums,
I gotta say, I gotta love it.
I think you know, this is going to be a really interesting conversation around where this pick and ban actually ends up going, because I don't know that you could necessarily do much better with the pick and ban for Stallions, considering it was the last 2 maps that was kind of where they fell short in that series. So you've kind of already front-loaded the maps that you are able to beat AG on, unless for whatever reason you decide to change your ban, but then you're allowing Ankara over for AG, and we've already talked about at length the fact that the AG have looked a little bit susceptible on Ankara. But again, I feel like that's a really bold choice to be making in a grand final, and it's not a choice that Stallions are going to go for. So they've gone for the Ankara ban. If we see the New Mexico ban out here from AG, I think we'll see the exact same veto.
I will say that's the only gamble you could have taken for me in this series, is actually just floating Ankara here if you are the likes of Stallions, and seeing whether you can chance it, because they've actually looked quite weak on it, right? But as we mentioned, same veto process to start. Ankara ban coming through, AG will ban out New Mexico. No real surprise there. New Mexico, not a super popular map within the CFPL, so we just don't really get to see as much played in China, comparatively as well to the likes of the Philippines, or in particular, of course, the likes of the Brazilian region, where they've made it a bit of a home turf for them. So now it gets into the choices of the picks, and again, I can't, if you're Stallions in particular, I can't see you wanting to really change all too much.
Yeah. And look, I think if I was Stallions here, you know, the fact that they've been banning the Ankara throughout this entire tournament, you're not changing that in the grand final. So really the pick order might change here, and it does actually. Port
that is interesting.
Going to be the opening pick from Stallions, and that's a really surprising pick, considering that was left as the decider in the last series, and that was also a 10-1 for AG. So Stallions must be looking at that and thinking, we didn't play our game on Port. We just didn't deliver what we expected to, so we're going to try and change things up and see if we can cause a bit of a ruckus early on in the piece.
There's a difference between bold and between brazen, and that actually I think is really turned the line on brazen. That is such a wild pick to make on a map in which you showed next to nothing on. And sure, in this tournament we've had really good moments from Stallions, but that is a wild maneuver for me. I don't know if that could come back to bite them in the arse, because we're looking at it now where Black Widow coming up next doesn't really surprise us at all that we get the Black Widow come out from AG, right? But it's one of those where it's, again, a similar thing. You could be 0-2 down in a matter of mere moments. If it follows the same sort of trajectory as that previous series did in terms of the map specifically, Stallions could be having to try and reverse sweep in a grand final in Chengdu against the Chengdu Wargamers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the difficulty for them was that they picked into sub-base in the previous series, and they kind of got a bit of trounced there as well. So it was sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Black Widow was actually one of the maps that they picked up, but AG feeling confident enough still to pick into that as their opening map. And
AG's not great on it either. I think they all realize same vibe, maybe that kind of Stallions are going for, of like, that was not our game, because the rest of the tournament they've actually had really nice moments on it.
I think AG will go new compound here. They actually go for Eagle Eye, so a bit of a change up on their side as well. So they pick into Black Widow in the same capacity as they did in the last series, but they want to go toward Eagle Eye. So, you know, again, a little of a question mark, I guess, on a couple of these picks right now for both Stallions and AG. The Port was one that went really poorly for Stallions. Eagle Eye actually went quite poorly for AG, where they got beaten 10-6 on that map. So both teams kind of picking into a map where they did sort of struggle on a little bit.
It's a curveball, though. I'll say this veto process. It definitely, you know, because we've already had rematches in this tournament where, you know, we spoke about it, and the veto process ends up being exactly the same, because we don't really expect things to change. There's the reason why the veto process happened the way it did the first time out. So I don't know what to expect coming in towards this one. It is a bit of a wild predicament, but if anything, Jordan, that's kind of what we want. We want things to be a little different. Keep us on our toes heading in towards this one too. So I'm looking forward to it. Of course, the crowd are starting to get fired up here as well. And no surprises that the crowd here in Chengdu are favoring that of the Chengdu Wargamers. They've got an incredible fan base out here as well. One of the most legendary, storied organizations here within CrossFire, and they're looking for yet another title. It's been a good few years as well since they've been able to pick up one of these as well, since 2021.
Yeah.
And for a side of their caliber, I'm sure they're even thinking as well that this is long, long overdue. However, they've got to go against one of, in all fairness, the scariest challenges that we've had in a long, long time. A bright-eyed young side from Stallions who have got absolutely nothing to lose. Them already being here in this grand final is history made for their region, and they are single-handedly flying the flag for the Philippines so damn high, and they're looking to see if they can take it just one step further. But they've got to take on, as we mentioned, the most legendary one.
Yeah, 100%. Look, obviously the big talking point, I guess, coming into this grand final now is that they do have ZQ back. Last year they didn't have ZQ. And AG finished in 6th place, and that was just not good enough for this lineup. And we've seen a lot of that conversation and content around ZQ coming back into this lineup. He said, they needed me, so I came back, and he's done enough to get them through to the grand final, but they still have to ask for him to do one better and win this grand final now as well. If we go back to 2023, they missed out. It was Baisha that won that grand final, so it has been a bit of a drought for AG.
Yeah, and not only has he kind of just come back into the roster, but he's come back in as a leader now as well, which is obviously kind of a big thing. Even prior, again, in the past was kind of this guy who was the priority in terms of the leadership figure. He was the main voice. Granted, AG have always been one of those sides, I think, comparatively to a lot of other, especially younger sides, where a lot of younger sides, your IGL is your primary core, does basically all the legwork. AG have always been a side which has a variety of voices, so that's always been kind of one of the big benefits for them. However, he is now the one who's taken up that kind of leadership role. So I'm really excited to see, kind of, again, when it's now into a final, can he take it one step further? We've seen how this veto process has changed. There's a lot going on in the think tank behind the scenes preparing for this game, and we'll have to see. There's a couple of figures that we definitely look towards, that we spoke about with, of course, Brendan on that pre-show. ZQ is kind of obviously joint in terms of the score, the KD with Do. They're the two stars on this side, right? And they have been incredible. Flip side as well, KLB, we don't look to him always in the numbers department in the same way we do for ZQ, but it's all about can they shut down No, right? And so far, in all fairness, no one's been able to.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, as I said on the desk a little bit earlier, I think No has been the best rifler in this tournament. He's
untouchable. He's got a near 0.2 rating higher than any other player in the tournament. And like we said, I'll say it again, getting over a 1 kill per round is a bonkers stat. Even though it's 1.03, it may not sound like a lot. That is mental levels of consistency across 7 matches.
Yeah, but I think also you do get a lot of work out of the team generally. They're a side that you never really feel like anybody goes missing in any particularly egregious way. Everyone's always contributing, and that's what you need from a team that's going to walk away with a trophy today.
I did a difference against Alcadzia, right? It's a holistic team-wide performance versus we need our superstar, someone like an Action, someone like an NG. They have to go nuclear. This is something that really Stallions don't rely on, and to a degree as well. I would say AG swing a little bit closer to the Alcadzia mindset and the Stallions mindset.
Do goes missing a lot.
If Do does not step up in a map, it's a map which oftentimes they do struggle to get across the line or even lose, right? And this is a big thing here. If they can find ways to make him uncomfortable, which they have already in that previous series, who knows it?
Yeah. I mean, have a look at the numbers coming through here for ZQ. Again, he's going to be a pivotal player here on Port. So too, of course, will be No. Yeah, 124 ADR is absolutely crazy. But look, I did an interview the other day, and one of the questions was, what is the difference maker, or what is the determining factor in what makes a champion team in a game like CrossFire? And my answer was teamwork. And I think that both of these teams have been very good at that this so far. I will say there's been notable exceptions on the behalf of AG in particular, though, in the group stage, where I felt like their teamwork actually really did take a bit of a tumble in comparison to previous years. Their spacing, their trading, the decision-making in that regard also wasn't exactly what you'd want it to be.
It was rough to watch.
So if that AG shows its head again today, then I actually think Stallions come in as the favorite. But obviously the issue for Stallions is that now that we're in the arena and we're especially in a grand final here, I think this is going to be an AG side that really locks in. They typically are one that kind of, I think, just takes it a little bit easy through the group stages. And I know they didn't play the group stage. They got automatically invited into the playoffs. But as far as they're concerned, the early stages of the playoffs are their group stage.
Yeah, exactly.
But now that they're here in the arena...
Playoffs, stage 1 of playoffs, our group stage.
Yeah, different story now that we're here in the arena in the grand final as well. I mean, you could see just how cool and calm they were in that opening sequence with the opening ceremony. It's again just kind of another day at the office here for AG, whereas that pressure might be starting to build on the shoulders of Stallions, and the longer this game takes to get underway, the more that pressure also starts to brew. You know, you've got more time to think. And I don't know if that'll necessarily be a good thing for Stallions.
If anything, really, it affects Stallions more than it should affect AG, but there's also another side to it, which is a potential, and we've seen it happen, you know, over a variety of different tournaments, variety of different games. Actually, for this side, which are so young and kind of so fresh-faced when it comes towards tournaments of this kind of caliber and of this stage of a tournament as well. For Stallions, they are so unbelievably excited to be in this spot. And I have a feeling from, you know, we've had a couple of instances where we've got to have a kind of a bit of an insight in towards them, whether it's through Sneaky, of course, who's here on the English broadcast, but of course from the Philippines, very in the know of kind of what goes on with Stallions, or if it's just our time having a little bit of a brief conversation with them. What we know of Stallions is that ultimately these guys, I don't think they care. I don't really think pressure seems to have really got to them so far. They're a side who feel like they deserve to be here, and they do, but the way they've been playing, and they have been absolutely electric all the way throughout. I actually, as much as I think it's a narrative that we'll definitely come back to throughout this series, I think of all the young teams that could be here in a final, I just think they're the ones who just care the least. We've kind of caught the vibes of them. They seem pretty relaxed. They seem, if anything, kind of excited to take on the Titan that is AG on home soil, and I have a feeling that things could be quite spicy. AG need to bring their A-game out the gates. We've already seen multiple times in this tournament where they haven't, where they've struggled to get going, where they've been slow out the gates, and a team like Stallions will punish you. A team like Stallions, again, they just don't really seem to hold a lot back. So I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. Hopefully this game gets underway in just a moment. All the players I can see are getting in the serve, and the last couple of talks are coming through as well from the coaches. Tanks, of course, is this fathership figure over towards the Stallions. And they're going to lean on him a lot, right? I think, again, when you are a young side and when you are a side that, you know, as much as we're talking about them being kind of excited at the opportunity, they don't really seem all too nervous, you can get overexcited, you can get giddy, you can overswing and overfight, and things like that can be costly. So Tanks is going to be there to rein them in for better or for worse heading in towards this game. And, you know, it's going to be a real test for him as a coach. He's so highly regarded internationally and for what he's done for the Stallion side. And now it all comes down to this. Can he prove it against what is, again, one of the most storied rosters?
Yeah, look, it's a big question mark. I think for Stallions, definitely, they're the team that has a few more question marks over their head, and that's kind of why I did go for AG with my prediction. But, you know, I said 3-2. I give a lot of respect to this Stallions lineup. I think it wouldn't be too surprising for me to see them come out the gates really strong here today and beat an AG, particularly if it's an AG that doesn't show up and play 100%. You know, I wouldn't have been saying that coming into the tournament. I think Stallions have had a great year, definitely. But I don't know that anybody necessarily expected them to be a team that would make it all the way to this grand final from day dot.
We said at the start of the tournament, right, there was one real thing that we wanted from Stallions, right? We said you had back-to-back top 4 performances internationally. Granted, ACL is maybe a looser term international, but it's still an international tournament. You've got back-to-back top 4s, of course, of EWC as well. If you can go 3 for 3 this year with a top 4 performance, that is an incredible year. Fantastic. We literally have no complaints about Stallions. A young side, average age of under 18 as well. So what, 17.8 is the average age of this side? Incredible what they've done already throughout this year. If they were able to get top 4, we would have been so happy. They've not only got top 4, they've now got top 2, and they're now in for a chance, of course, to lift that trophy. But, ladies and gents, we've got the all clear. This game is about to get underway. It's a grand final between the Chengdu All Gamers and Stallions.
Well, here it is, the biggest stage in CFS. Stallions and All Gamers, the grand final is underway, and it is a culmination of a year's work for both of these two teams to be sitting on that very stage, taking one another on. At the end of this match, heartbreak for one, and dreams made for the other. Let's find out which way it's going to go, as No tries to push the issue and is immediately shut down by ZQ. If that's a metaphor for the rest of this series, then it is going to be a problem for Stallions.
And who's the guy who's going to be tasked with shutting him down as well, right? It is ZQ. It is that kind of aggressive rifler. When we look towards how this All Gamer side play, ZQ calls and puts themselves in positions to frag. He puts themselves in positions to really take a lot of contact, and hence why his numbers have looked so good. And of course, the same thing is for No as well, right? This has been a guy who, throughout this tournament, he gets a lot of the resources. He gets a lot of ways in which they facilitate him to fight and to succeed. Well, like you said, if that is a metaphor for the rest of this series, then who knows? That's a really, really important opening kill and an immediate pause called by Stallions as they slow things down, reset. So we're going to come through as well. No decision being made just yet. Loy, he was tempted by the idea of jumping on towards bridge, but a bit of a spam and a fall back. C4's in the direction of B, but no commitment just yet.
That's kind of taking the wind out of the sails of Stallions in this opening round, that's for sure.
Use them for opening kills, don't they, right? And not having him's going to hurt here.
And let's not forget the fact that this was a 10-on-1 map for AG.
Of course. Oh, shot.
And this is already starting to feel somewhat reminiscent of that scoreline, but it's early days. JJ will test Do again, and this time Do missing the shot will bring Zhui back across. So a recovering frag, but they're going to need more than that, Stallions, and Loy will not be able to provide it as he sort of just goes misking out on his own out warehouse and not really achieving a whole lot. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Stallions have been spotted on their way back over to A, so that transition is coming through from AG.
JJ, he's going to jump up on towards bridge. He looks for two. Only gets one. Shut down by ZQ. Zhui going to be caught on the site most likely. But KLB, attention drawn elsewhere. Time's too far ticked. And the opening round goes the way of all gamers. And the crowd get loud. It's exactly the way they wanted this one to start. And now a question mark once again sort of open to us, right? Is this going to be a repeat of that previous series? I mean, Jordan, if being honest, that's not exactly the way you want to start with your Stallions. They're a side who are so momentum heavy. They want to get out the gates.
Yeah, especially, you know, not being able to give No any kind of confidence out of that first round, right? We've talked at length about how pivotal of a player he's going to end up being, and if he can't get underway early in this series, you know, and that allows AG to maybe run away with a map or a map and a half, then that's a concern,
you know what?
for sure.
There's kind of interesting questions about how they want to use him here, right? Because you actually want No to be really... you want him to shine early doors, right? We know how pivotal he is to the success of the side. And we've spoken about Stallions being more holistic than AG, but it still remains the same that he has been putting up incredible numbers, and we need those incredible numbers, right? So there's maybe a conversation to be had of, like, do we actually now use, rather than how they've used him a lot, which is No is at the front of the pack, he cracks open a lot of sites, he's sort of the space creator for the Stallion side. Do we actually play him in the middle of the pack? Have KLB entry, who's been doing it quite a decent amount himself, and actually try and get No just getting some easy frags on trades, for example, just to warm him up. And again, he's the first one who takes contact, and he's lucky to stay alive.
Unlikely to have too much more of an impact in this round. He's been tossed the TRG because he is on low HP, but certainly someone that tends to get the job done with the rifle. So again, the game plan not really exactly working out for Stallions at this point in time. They'll try and work their way in towards B, and AG are just going to let that happen. Although they've slowed it down, Stallions, and so AG are able to backfill into the site. And they're ready in here to defend with ZQ and 1222 having a bit of a look, and there's a bit of a test push really from Stallions, if anything.
Yeah, that kind of works against them. I feel like once you get spotted there, I feel like you're sort of forced to commit in a sense. You've got to try and fly in and just try and catch them off guard. Like you said, you give them time to rotate, and they still feel just a little indecisive. They're going to move in towards Do here. This could be really deadly. We know what Do can do on an angle like this. Is ZY, may I say, for the first, as No will eventually fall. He was already low, but Do delivers for one. Looking for a second as JJ dives in towards the site with a support to KLB. That's two quick kills. 1-2-2 goes down, and it's a 1 versus 2 for ZY.
Oh, time and factor. They're really rushing to get that plant down. ZY had the opportunity at a 1v1 there. Couldn't win it. In fact, he gave up some crucial HP. And now he's taking his time, but he'll be spotted out, so JJ. It doesn't take Stallions very long to get on the board in this grand final.
That's a fantastic round from JJ. Those 2 kills that he gets in quite quick succession have single-handedly won that round for them. They were in trouble. They weren't finding a way at all to get in towards that site, to get even to the position of a plant. And they've put themselves now in a predicament where they've tied it up. And again, they've tied it up without really the introduction of No, which, you know, we just expect him to be such a primary factor. But again, coming back to what we've been saying about Stallions, he doesn't step up, other people will. JJ continues his run of form as well with the support of Loy and an HE. Finding the first. Down goes ZQ. You have dropped the most impactful man on the server for AG, who's now got a call from the grave.
First opener for Stallions. At least an early round one. See how AG negotiate this round. They're going to try and let Du get a little bit aggressive out long here. He's got a multitude of members looking in his direction, so if he goes any further, he's going to be met with a hail of bullets, and if he misses his shot, then he'll be a dead man, and that is less than ideal. Now AG down to 3, and Stallions bolstering the offense.
Where to? Again, super passive in terms of the start, right? You know, you've got early kills and numbers in your favor, but I feel like this would be a prime opportunity where you'd actually just kind of bunker down as a 5 and just play full trades in a sense. I mean, I feel like the B-side's generally an easy one to trade into. Zhui should be 1-for-1 here. The very most, but the fact that he gets 2 and is staying alive, he's barely taking any damage, and now we're under the minute mark, and then that split's coming through, but Zhui's done well. He's got back towards the site, but only briefly. No will dip his head in and find that trade to bring the numbers back in favor of Stallions, but you can still see they're indecisive, and this C4's still got a cross.
Looks like it'll get across okay. Retake set up here for AG. JJ down on the ground, isolated in this initial fight. KLB there to swing and help him out.
JJ.
Yeah, JJ's very much online at the moment.
7-1. He's loving life.
He's picking up the slack of No, who is 1-2 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, JJ just leading the way in all of those stats. Multi-kills, 145 ADR as well. Bonkers stuff coming through from him. And it keeps reiterating the argument a little bit of just how kind of holistic this side are, right? Everybody can have their moments, you know, towards Stallions. And good news, Jordan, already a better showing than the previous series.
That's true. That's true.
It wasn't hard. It was nearly impossible to get it any worse. But they've gone past 1 round. Doubled it, in fact.
Yeah, doing it on the BL side as well. Oh, look at that nade stack. Beautiful stuff from Stallions. And again, you know, we're seeing Stallions sort of bring a much slower approach to this grand final than we've been used to seeing from them throughout this event thus far. Maybe that is rattling AG a little bit. Not the game plan that they expected to be going up against.
Mid control is completely non-existent here for AG. Maybe after the nade stack, they've been a little scared by that presence, so they've sort of shelled up a little bit and fallen further back. They're grouping up for a B here. His body's here, mate. I don't like what I see. ZQ and ZY, dynamic duo of 1-2-2 just around that corner. This could be a bloodbath.
It's going to be a pop from Stallions. Loy with the flash, ready to go. Util getting tossed on out. ZY unable to answer to start things off. Loy for the 1-for-1 on the entry is maybe not quite as clean as Stallions would have wanted it. They'd love another entry here. They're not getting it. ZQ's found himself a timing for 2, and KLP can't even turn in time to get him on the trade. It is 3 for ZQ, and Du will trade him out to give AG their second.
It's a lot better. It's a lot better from AG. Just shelled up defense as well, waiting for the fight to come towards them. And a really decent job at it as well, shutting things down. Du rotated quickly, which I think is also another big factor. He was playing that anchor just as the XU was starting to come through. He was deep on towards A, which is a pretty standard place for the sniper to play, of course, but he rotated very quickly. It's a great call by ZQ to drag rotations over. Stallions get shut down. And I do think as well for Stallions, one of the things that works against them is basically in the sense of, you know, I think they play their best crossfire when they're quick. Relentless pace is something that I'm sure AG will be a little bit used to when they play domestic crossfire. When we see a lot of these Chinese sides play, your AGs versus your EPs, or your Baishas, or even the likes of your X-Rocks and your Q9s and whatnot, when they play against each other, they play really, really quick. It's very, very standard. When a lot of these Chinese sides play against international teams, they slow it down quite considerably. I really feel like if you're Stallions here, your best option is, again, just being quite relentlessly aggressive. Just being so, again, brazen, as we kind of called it in the veto process. Lean into it.
They're not.
No, yeah, you're spot on, mate.
1-2-2-2 boosted up as well. With a unique position that you don't see every day, but a good spot for low HP players. ZY getting tagged down as well. Stallions are really making some inroads in this round. No This time, opening it up onto ZY, and he started to recover his KD, 4-3 now.
Worrying signs if he gets confident, right?
Exactly.
Really worrying signs. Don't want to give him opportunities.
Yeah, he is one of the key players. AG have been generally actually pretty good at these numbers deficit situations throughout the event so far, but that works in tandem with the conversation that Stallions have been very good at their 5v4s.
Yeah.
In fact, they've been the best.
Yes.
With that first kill round win percent, Stallions were #1.
77.13, I think it was, right? Something along those lines. Very, very high statistic. Could be more of the same here. They've got to clear 1-2-2, who is so low, but Zeke's trying to draw attention. Whoa. It's a mow-down. It's a massacre as 1-2-2-2 shuts them down. And on the 180 head on a swivel, ZQ trying to see off the last. It's no, 15 seconds in a 1 versus 2. Surely next to no chance in this one. And Captain Fantastic makes sure, but that is all down to a simple error. They do not clear that close corner.
Yeah, but you give an inch and they'll take a mile. These AG guys, like I said, they're so good in those 4v5s. They know how to capitalize on the opportunities that are presented to them, and they'll hold on to the lead now. 3-2 as a result. 1-2-2-2 was so low as well. It would have been such a routine kill on the entry there, but
23 points of HP.
Unchecked.
It's a bit of a rookie oversight as well, because generally a lot of people, when they swing out there, one looks right, one looks left, and up as well, checking the ledge. Drake needs to get one here before he falls, and he doesn't. That's going to hurt. KLB going to start making a move. He's got the support of No as well, but they're walking up the ladder. It's a difficult angle to clear. No gets the trade, but numbers have been dropping left, right, and center for the Stallions. And look, it's all down to one man. No, the hero, time and time again, called upon here, but again, put 6 feet under. As AG are starting to show a lot of their prowess now. They're really starting to pull away.
Yeah, and that was something that we were kind of asking for a little bit from Stallions as well. Yes. A little bit more pace, and it's just blown up in their face. So
the trades are poor.
I wonder if they'll revert back to something slower here. You know, I kind of respect the port pick, right? Like, it's a ballsy pick from Stallions for sure, but
wild, yeah.
I wonder if it's a mistake from what we're seeing so far.
They're going to call a timeout as well following this round. I actually think this is a good time. Regardless win or lose, I think it's a good time to call a timeout. You want to close out this half in somewhat of a redeeming fashion, right? AGL to win this, best you can do is 4. If you win it, you technically can take a lead, and if you could do that on your BL side, that would be monumental. Feels like a massive ask considering the way they've played thus far, but we shall see. Early util that comes through. Just residual chip damage more than anything. And like you mentioned, Jordan, off the back of a quick round, which got just blown up in their face, they go back to the tried and tested, slowing it down, trying to see if they can isolate some fights. And at the moment, you know, AG just decided that they don't need to, and they're never really going to give you any freebies.
Bit more of a forward hold here from Jouet. Looks like it might be tested at some point in this round for Stallions, who are probing in his direction, but they opt to go to mid instead. KLP catches 1-2-2-2, swinging and looking for info. Again, another numbers deficit for AG. But they're still such a threatening side, even with 4.
See why I'm close. I do wonder as well, if they do go back towards B, how much emphasis do they put on clearing the wrong corner now that ZY is playing the pretty standard angle? Is somebody going to swing out looking left, and will that cost them their life? Smoke on the corner. JJ was just looking to see whether anybody tries to make a move off of that. Loy going to find Jouet. A rare misstep as well from AG. They didn't need to really go probing for information. Their standard default setup feels like it's good enough, but now into a 5 versus 3. Numbers were already poor, and now they get worse. No making the movement, the jump up as well. You got Zeke around the corner. Now would be a good time to go because Du's still moving around the box. Oh no, you've got to close that out. C4 will go down, but this gets really dicey. Loy lucky to stay alive. ZQ trying to catch people on the cross. This is a difficult retake.
Yeah, very difficult. Made over the top again. Not quite going to land onto Loy. Would have been the equalizing kill for AG that might have opened the door up, but I think this one might be a bridge too far. Time's already ticked halfway.
I agree.
Got to move. ZQ might need to be that point man, but having lost Du already, it's a foregone conclusion. Stallions get themselves another, and they are really staying in this contest.
This is already much, much better than what we saw, right? In that previous outing, a 10-1, there was next to nothing on offer. This is already looking like a Stallion side who have a game plan. And I guess it also opens another conversation for us, Jordan, as well, right? Talking about, with the Stallion side, was it not so much the maps themselves? Was it actually just stamina? Where, this is a side that do not get many chances, really, to play best of fives, and especially not best of fives in an environment like this. It's hard to explain until you're there, but playing in front of a crowd like this and playing in, the lights and the spectacle of the stage, it's draining, right? In some ways, it can be really, really quite exciting, and generally it is very exciting out the gate. But that battery runs out, and I think that potentially could be something that we come back to talking about Stallions. Was that the case for them? Did they just run out of energy? They didn't find that second wind, whereas a side like AG, they know how to pace themselves, they know how to play the tempo throughout a series, and they know how to make sure that their limits aren't tested when you get towards the deep, deep maps in a best-of-5 series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. They have a bit of a shorter day yesterday, that quick 3-0 over Alcacia Stallions, giving them a little bit of extra time to maybe rest and prepare for this match.
Nice little death match to warm up for today.
Yeah. Should hold them in good stead in terms of that stamina discussion, but you're right. I mean, it is a very overstimulating atmosphere, right? Like even me sitting here, I'm like, oh, jeez. A bit tired,
And the one thing I will say...
I slept till 1 p.m.
The one thing I'll say as well, which is, these guys, of course, all playing with these like noise-canceling headphones, and of course, they're all the new rage kind of these days with esports. It's not about the noise. You feel it. You feel the vibrations. It makes such a big difference. And again, for a side like AG, they'll be a little bit more used to this. This is a little bit more in their territory. For Stallions, not so much. There is local lands, don't get me wrong, in the Philippines, but nothing to a caliber like this. So let's see how they fare.
It's another slow approach for Stallions to start this round. We'll get a chance at a replay. This is how that last round kind of fell apart a bit for AG. Don't mind that push from Shui. I think he kind of needs to take a risk there in the 4v5. But not working out. He's going to play the same position again this round. Difference being, do you have 5 players up for AG this time around? And interestingly enough as well for AG, not something that we've really talked about too much, but they are one of those teams that tends to just opt for the solitary sniper. A lot of other teams pulling the double TRG through.
It's the meta, isn't it, as well? It's very rare that not many, you don't bring it out.
You say that, but, I mean, the top 2 teams in this tournament, AG and Stallions, are not big double sniper teams. So
it's true.
They both employ it here and there, but not to the same extent that a lot of other teams do.
But I guess the argument then becomes what defines the meta. Is it the best teams that define the meta or the most teams? Right, and I would say the most teams have used double snipers all the way throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
I even made the argument that some teams underuse it, and the name I'm always going to throw out there, because we've spoken about it 1,000 times, is Alcadzia. Silver needs to bring it out more, right? He was obviously considerably better. This could be messy. ZQ for 1, same for No. As Loy will find one of his own, and Noi will double it. No will kind of double it down. So back into 2 versus 2, but...
They're walking into Shui. Shui is waiting for them on the off angle. No's going to clear it, but not well enough. And Shui, he nearly doubles down. He set it up perfectly here for Du, though. 27 seconds on the clock, and Du, with full HP, knows that he just has to bring the pistol into this engagement. Most of the damage has been done for him.
Oh my god, they're so close to each other. Du might be in the perfect spot. If he jumps up in the box now, he can potentially catch him prior to the plant. Du gonna make a move. Doesn't go for the box angle. Loy will get that plant down, and now it's about who can find the fight. Du is sneaking on by. Will Loy check this? I don't think he will. This could be all but done, and Du, massive patience pays off in spades. He was never going to let that one slip, though. He had all the information from the get-go. He spotted him twice on the plant of the C4. That was never going to be lost.
100%. Nicely done. Got to give some credit to Shui as well there in that position in mid.
Agreed. Unorthodox, that one. Jordan, I really, really want to go on the drum.
I think you'd be great on the drum.
Yeah, I played drums for a few years. Drum kit, not...
I
don't know what type of drum they even call that. Is it like a traditional one for the region, maybe?
It looks like it could be.
Yeah.
Not exactly a drum expert.
I want to go. Just like KLP, I want my own intro. Caster intros when? Next year.
Yeah.
2026 CFS.
I'm down.
And your grand finals commentators are... Boom, boom.
Actually, we did do that one year.
Is it? What year was that?
2018, 2019.
Where were you then?
That. I think that was in Shanghai.
Oh, cool.
And
who won that year? Do you remember? Real test of the memory
here.
here.
Black Dragons.
Oh, okay. Wow, that is a throwback team.
Anyway, we'll talk about that in a sec because there's action happening on our screens, and it is Stallions charging their way forward onto this A side. Shui just does not stand a chance. In fact, nobody on AG stands a chance. Apparently, this round has been swarmed by Stallions as they are looking likely to pick up their 4th for the half. So, pretty good effort on the BL side.
It's a really decent half, in all fairness, especially comparative to what we saw in their first engagement, where really struggled to get anything properly going. 10-1, of course, reminder of that scoreline. ZQ, nothing he can do. Of course, you have this kind of decision of, do I want to even give the 1v3 a go? But with 22 points of HP, it looks like, you know, just use this as an extended pause, a moment to talk prior to the halftime, and you save the KD. I can't really hate it. 9-5 for him, but it's a 5-4 half for Stallions. There is actually a decent amount to like here off the back of that.
Yep,
and
definitely.
I think for AG, they need to kind of careful, right? The Stallions side looking like there's just a little bit more in the locker for them at the moment. Only real damning stat there, of course. We always bring it up, the opening kills, right? 6 opening kills, of course, for Stallions, but only 4 rounds. It's one that is, you know, pretty influential. Opening kills should generally lead as a catalyst to further success, but it wasn't the case.
Yeah, that would be a very different feel, very different vibe if we went into this half with Stallions up 6-3. AI Win Predictor still has AG quite solidly at 70%.
Do you agree at 70%? It feels quite heavy.
I don't know
weight
that
on
I
one
do.
side.
Yeah, I think that could go back to 60 maybe. Stallions moving on to the GR side, you know. But AG have been a better team on the BL side than the GR side this event.
Yeah, I agree.
That's that as well at the start of the day, so maybe AI Win Predictor's reading into that a little bit as well. Slow approach as well from AG.
JJ, he's been electric so far. I'm going to need more from him. Gets one, looks for a second as well. He dives back around that corner. Shui will trade, but he takes a lot of damage in doing so. So 1 3/4 a kill is not exactly a bad hold there by JJ. It might have been more beneficial to get that first kill and fall away and reset with the side, but either way, big move by Loy. It's a bold move, and it's arguably very unnecessary as well. 1-2-2. Takes a lot more damage from the HE as well. So AG is still left reeling, but they've got the numbers now.
No. Looking to step up here as the standout player for Stallions in the event thus far.
These two.
To be the round to do it. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage, but he's still taking that fight. ZQ just spamming through. Wasn't prepared for it. No goes down. KLB is good to pull one back, but hasn't done enough to really soften that blow of having now the 3-on-2, although Shui and ZQ are incredibly tagged up. Now, this is going to be a tentative round win for AG at best.
Can't really stop them on the cross, unfortunately. Shui might get spotted moving in towards the site. LB kind of got the right idea, but that smoke just blocking most of the fight he wanted to take. ZQ's here as the insurance policy to catch them if they start to make progressions through that bridge. They've got to clear him, flash over. They do a good job for the first. KLP. And KLB, hang on a second, back into the 1-versus-1. It's against Do, but Do has not lost the clutch just yet. There might be more of the same. It is. Do doesn't lose. The clutch king steps up again for AG. That is his third 1v1-1.
That is a grand final Do if I've ever seen it.
That's it.
I think he was a little bit lackluster throughout the event. You know, we've seen quite a number of missed shots from him.
He's leveled up in his final so far, though.
Yeah, in the grand final, that's where he needs to deliver, and that is exactly where he is delivering. 10-6 scoreline builds out to a 2-round advantage for AG.
Bar no as well. Do has got the most MVPs throughout this tournament so far. No's, of course, in the charge because he is, generally speaking, the MVP pretty much every time for Stallions. But Do is not too far behind. As much as ZQ is kind of matching him in terms of KD and even kind of superseding him when it comes towards ADR, Do has been getting a lot of the MVPs. And right now, he's putting up one of those sort of performances with the clutches alone.
It all slows down once again. It's been a very, I would say, respectful opening map.
Yeah. Okay, this is a bit of an interesting move. So the three of them went for a bit of an aggro play in towards B main. You spot nothing, and you reset back to a default. It kind of feels like they're expecting something to come back in their direction. And we'll be right in saying that. KLB and Loy got to do well here. Loy going to tuck his head behind that box. Drops back down. KLB just jumping for information. The big question is how quickly can they rotate No over if there is a pop to come through, and it might actually be the other case where No's going to be pulling over rotations himself. He might be under a bit of pressure here. He's smoked out with 35 seconds. They're going to move in his direction. He gets caught, but he's not enough to drop. He's still trying to fight as he drops a flash, but he'll lose his life nonetheless. Dre, ZY combine as ZY makes it 2, and ZQ adds one of his own. Loy left with everything on his shoulders and next to no chance of making it stick. AG, you know, for being honest, Jordan, another pretty simple round.
Yeah, that is looking a little bit too easy for AG now. They're starting to, you know, really speed up on this BL side. I don't mean speed up in terms of the way that they're playing, but I just mean in terms of the gap is kind of growing, right? It's 7-4 now. It's been pretty tit for tat up to this point, but now a 3-round lead for AG, and we get into the discussion of this map looking like it might be theirs for the taking. A push from Stallions into the setup of AG. Does not go too badly at all. They find themselves a 3-for-2 trade, and No cleans up another couple as well. Stallions just catching AG with a bit of an unorthodox round.
That's a bold move to make. That is, I mean, essentially, you'd even make the argument that a move like that fundamentally can be considered make or break to this game, right? If you lose a round like that, you are in serious trouble. Momentum is completely gone. And you're at a point where the deficit is arguably already too far gone in terms of how big it is. You're kept within arm's reach, 7-5. That 2-round buffer that AG have got can very quickly crumble if Stallions can continue with that caliber of a round, that pressure that they've just put on. Back to a much more reserved play. AG keeping an eye out for in case Stallions wants to go back-to-back in a round like that. It would be very, very unlikely and unorthodox that they did, but do your due diligence.
Someone said he wins the race again. This time Stallions not throwing a spanner in the works, and typically in these kinds of rounds in this half that has favored AG. They're just going to try bust out onto A by the looks of it. ZY will get the drop cleanly. There's no one there defending it. Here comes that engage. Already the flashes over the top, causing some problems for the player up on tight. It's KLP that can't have any impact, but JJ is having enough for the both of them. He finds himself 2. No sliding in to try to assist. KLP's now stuck at the ladder. If he hits this shot, he's on for the clutch, but KLP will not give him that chance, and Stallions are not done yet. They keep fighting.
Under pressure like that, I actually roll credit to KLP. I think KLP at times, obviously he's been a really solid player coming through for Stallions, but at times I feel like when he really gets kind of pressure put onto him, he can make a little bit of a brazen choice. Where his choice essentially, I'm going to fight to the death here, I'm going down with the cause. That's a really kind of good head on his shoulders. I'm going to reposition, get back up on towards ladder, play the head glitch angle, knowing that I have the advantage there, and dude just caught in no man's land. We've spoken about his clutch factor, but that was too big of an ask, especially with the time pressure put on. So now an interesting conversation for AG, where it's Stallions have thrown a really quick round at you, and they've decimated your defense. And then Stallions have slowed things down, and you've been unable to break down theirs. How do you now respond? And also a really interesting thing, too, they start to drop numbers pretty quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if they call for a timeout, especially if this game gets tied 7 apiece.
Yeah, definitely. That'll have AG worried.
I think they want to slow down the momentum, too. If we get up to a 7 for Stallions, we know they are, in terms of teams at this tournament, when they get rolling, I don't think many people can really keep up with them. AG, of course, are always a consistent force, but Stallions is, as you've spoken about, a bit of the high highs and the low lows at times.
Good nade onto ZY. Really tagging him down.
Yeah, it was a double as well. One from mid, one from sight.
Again, AG just slowing it down and waiting for Stallions, and that is going to continue to hurt them as another nade goes sailing through onto 1-2-2-2 this time.
Under a minute. C4 in the direction of A, but no decision being made just yet. Smoke down mid. And that'll give them a bit of leverage to progress. They just really have to be careful of kind of this close left, this bridge angle when no plays. With that smoke down, if you do want to go for a split towards A, that takes the back lines as well. No's going to be the one to make that difference. But KLP here from the box finds the first as well. Now got support as well. JJ has been pretty electric all the way throughout. But ZY makes a move and gets two. No will answer back. It's dicey. No's going to turn around, and he does. He 180s, head on a swivel for a kill of his own, but caught jumping by ZQ and puts it all on the shoulders of Loy. Too much to ask. AG extend the lead to 2 once again, and now only 2 away.
That is a very bold call from AG to basically contact play onto the A side like that.
Agreed.
I was a little concerned when KLP got that opener, but the fact that ZY was able to push up close without having been spotted, get 2 on the site, get the C4 up to the site as well was what made the difference there for AG. They, in this case, don't need to call that tack time out. They're up 8 and 6. They can hold that in reserve if it's needed later on in the piece. But, you know, the longer we go through this map, the more it does feel like it's just slowly heading in the direction of an AG victory.
They've just got a little bit more about them right now, haven't they, AG? There's a little cleaner in some of these engagements. The fundamental idea that they're throwing as well just looks like it's a little bit more conclusive, and that's a difference maker. Again, for Stallions, it feels like at times they rely on kind of that raw mechanical ability. It's not enough to get you past the side of AG's caliber. It's much better than showing on port than the previous outing just a few days ago, but it doesn't really make a difference if you still lose all the same. But that is prime time from No. That is a lot more like what we expect out of the youngster, who we have to say, what a recovery from him. Really slow start, and he's just always a force to be reckoned with. This is technically a slow map for him. He's got 15 kills. And if we're being honest, by his standards, we would say this is actually kind of slow.
Yeah, Loy will drop, by the way, in the meanwhile there. ZY's going to need a bit of assistance, or maybe not. He gets it done alone. I don't know how he's done that. On 25 HP. Broken the map back open again for AG at 8 as they are in search for map point. He might reaggress. I think he wants to do something. He kind of realizes that someone's going to have to take a risk here. But with JJ instead, who's caught ZY, and he doesn't quite get out. The spam from ZQ will get it done. Now it's No's turn. Challenging Do is a scary prospect.
That's for sure. KLP and No. KLP, you want on the cards here as well, but No misses the shot, and it's going to make life a little harder for the sniper. Pistol pulled out, but he cannot win the engagement, and it puts it all on No, who gets caught in transition. AG find themselves map point on Stallions map pick of Paul.
9-6. ZQ with a lot to say coming into this one, and it's funny, isn't it? We highlight both ZQ and No as the 2 players to keep an eye on coming into this grand final, and who is at the top of the scoreboard? Of
course.
But ZQ and No. ZQ, the returning savior for AG. He's going to get his team off to a good start by the looks of it. Now with map 1 in the bag and then moving on to your choice of Black Widow, it's going to be a fantastic start to this grand final for the Chinese squad.
And what do we highlight, right? When now port pick came through, that was the first thing that we brought up. We said, there is a chance that if you take this gamble and it doesn't pay off, you are essentially maybe even giving a 2-0 lead up in a series and having to reverse sweep to beat all gamers. That is such a big ask for anybody, never mind here in a final. No, trying to take first engagement, 1-2 at range, spotted, but no damage dealt, just information gained.
AG in transition between warehouse and mid. Might run into the man of the moment once again. No. Ooh, did he just spot ZQ out there? Has certainly not seen CY and Shui. That is going to be concerning. They think only one player's crossed. In fact, it's 3, but KLP and No have no problems. Big spray through that smoke, and this round has just gone up in smoke for AG. That was nothing in the end.
Flawless coming through for Stallions. If there's any way to reignite the flame a little bit, find a bit of a second win, doing it in a flawless fashion is absolutely going to help. Crowd in front of us, though, getting fired up. Still a lot of belief in AG to close this. They got 2 more opportunities as well at that point. I think letting things go to overtime would be very risky indeed. That would mean that Stallions have got 3 in a row. Momentum's very good for them. That's the worst possible thing you want to give to those youngsters. Don't let these guys get fired up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really feel like you've got to close out now. If this gets 9-8 as well, again, that's a lot of pressure put on AG.
I think AG just love the pressure anyway, mate.
Yeah, they might laugh half of themselves. It doesn't feel like no victory is an easy one. It's got their run so far, right? 3-1, of course, to X-Rock, which even dropping a map to them is a little bit weird, but I mean, it's the EVOS, right? Dropping 2 maps to them, making life very difficult for themselves.
Oh, here we go, another test on that A site. He's going to go through for Stallions. They have an idea that AG is coming, but maybe they're not expecting this timing. JJ deleted early on in the piece by ZY, who has been solid on this entry already. And it's KLP that is desperately trying to hold down the site. He'll be run down as well. ZY for 2. Still, AG have to look for more, and they've kind of slowed it down, which surprised me. It felt like they had the ability to scale. Eventually, it's come down to Do and KLB, both on about 15 HP. Do, the clutch master for AG in this map, will have to do it again.
He has won 3 clutches in a 1 versus 1. Do, he just feels inevitable, and Do will close it. AG scalp Stallions to start the series.
Well, it's not quite worked out for Team Stallions. We question that pick of Port. It was a little bit closer than what we saw in the last matchup, that being obviously a 10-1 the way of all gamers. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what the scoreline is. It still says 1-0 for all gamers right now, and it is off the back of ZQ that a lot of that occurred. I will say, though, for a 13 and 16 performance from ZY, I think his impact was certainly felt on the entries on that BL side. So he'll get a tick in the book from me as well. And unfortunately, you know, it's a rough start to the series for Stallions, and so it'll be a long road ahead for them if they want to lift that trophy at the end of the evening.
Yeah, some real positives to be taken away, but, you know, ZQ, such a fantastic factor throughout. Not only calling a fantastic game, but playing a great game as well. Looks so clean all the way throughout. 100 ADR as well from him. 1.06 kills per round. We spoke about these. Kills per round makes such a big difference, and he's somebody that he had the most over towards the likes of AG, but he's actually averaging this tournament 0.86 in terms of the kills per round. So that's a really big step up for him in this map. There's actually a lot of different people that you can highlight though. You spoke about ZY. I thought his impact, I couldn't agree more. Really fantastic. Another guy you have to shout out, Do, 4 1 versus 1s won in this map. they are coin flips, right? And if they go the wrong way, Stallions take the map, maybe even arguments we made that slightly kind of single-handedly is actually giving them life in a lot of those situations. So a real fantastic showing coming through across the board. Flip side for Stallions, one guy I really want to highlight, as much as we always talk about Noah, I thought JJ was excellent.
Right,
I thought JJ really, really looked super solid all the way throughout. It's a really good sign that he doesn't seem nervous. He's not a player that normally shines too brightly for this team. That's a positive. Now we need everybody else to join him.
Yeah, got off to a great start for the team, didn't he? He was really the one that was leading from the front, something like a 7-1, but
yes, yeah, right.
Unfortunately just not quite enough there for Stallions. And now we have to start thinking about Black Widow, the next map coming up here. It's the map choice of AG, and it was a map which they did actually lose in the last matchup against Stallions, although it was a very, very close loss, and they're obviously going to continue to back themselves and pick into that one. They're not feeling like they need to change anything up too dramatically. They've obviously walked away with the series previously. They come in here confident, and they're going to let Stallions be the one to sort of rock the boat a little bit in that sense. But yeah, very intrigued to see how this next map is going to end up playing out, because if Stallions can find a way to sort of steal that one away again, then we really do have a series on our hands, and that's where things are going to go, I think, quite deep this evening. But if it ends up being a 2-0 for AG, I don't know that Stallions will be able to come back from that.
Yeah, and the real worry, and you know, again, we spoke about this heading in towards this series, when you pick into a map like Port, which you previously had lost 10-1 when they played just a few days ago, you put yourself in a position where you are at risk of essentially being, you know, if everything kind of goes to plan on paper, being 2-0 down in the series. And that is such a big ask. And, you know, for Stallions, this sort of 10 to 15 minute break that we have in between maps, they have got to use this mastery. We're looking towards individuals like KLB, but in particular like Tanks, right? We're looking to the leadership figures in this side to really kind of rectify kind of the errors and head back in towards Black Widow and say, this went well right and for us last time. We have got to do it again. We've got to make sure that we level things here. If we go 0-2 down, how often do we talk about, not only just in a series as a whole, how often do we talk about in a grand final here, reverse sweeping? I don't know if it's even ever happened. Reverse sweep from 0-2 down in a series. I don't know if it ever happened. It's a big ask for Stallions that they're forced to try and do that themselves. So I think they know more than anybody, and especially more than us, the pressure that is on their shoulders. But of course, that is all for the future. We've got Black Widow coming up next, but of course, before we get there, we're going to be heading to a little bit of a break. So sit tight, get yourself a snack. We'll see you soon.
Hello.
One advances to face all gamers. The other finishes in third place. The lower bracket final begins now. Yeah!
Mia is responding for dates. Jesus. And it's going to hit on Buddy for Pepe. VNC, bit of a wrist flare on the swing. Silvaris! Oh, he didn't see him. spray not second in his spot. Double spray action. Loy versus 2. He gets 1. Looking for the final frame. And it's going to be Stallions shutting down Alcantara in the lower brackets.
Welcome back. We're getting preparation ready for map number 2 as Black Widow coming up next. The pick of all gamers and already getting a map under your belt. Jordan's a fantastic spot to be in, right? We're now looking at a side who really have a prime opportunity to kind of start running away with the series. Start putting on basically a level of pressure that I don't think Stallions are going to be able to overcome, right? You know, this is a really, really dicey spot for the Filipino side.
May I say, no, just before we get too far away, your tie is looking fun.
Oh, cheers, mate. Cheers, mate. Yeah, thanks.
But I agree. Look, I think
reflections for the tie.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely looking like AG are in a great spot. You know, again, we have to kind of bear in mind that Stallions is definitely not a bad Black Widow team. They were able to pick it up in the last matchup between these two, and so that's kind of what's going to be required for them to still stay in this conversation and stay in this grand final. But if AG have done their prep well and they've figured out what went wrong in that last matchup, which you imagine they have done because they peeked into this map again. Yeah, I mean, a 2-0 lead for AG, that's not a team that you really see many teams come back against. Certainly not in a best of 5, certainly not a reverse sweep. So I definitely feel this next map coming up here is going to be a big one for Stallions. And the sad thing for Stallions is it's not as if they played poorly, or it's not as if no one turned up. It's not as if the stars weren't there. You know, like they kind of had the recipe for success on port, and it still wasn't quite enough. So they need to dig deep and they need to find another level. They need to go from, I mean, was that maybe 90% or 100%? They need to find 110 or 120% at this upcoming map, and that will hopefully be enough to get over AG. But, you know, what if AG steps up as well?
And unfortunately, this is a kind of a thing that I think a lot of teams, it feels like the absolute inevitable with this AG side. If you do not play at 110%, it's actually not enough. It doesn't matter who you are in the world. And we've seen it happen so many times. Look back towards EWC. Same thing happened with Baisha, right? You have to find another level, which a lot of teams struggle to do so. And for the Stallion side, I mean, we've already spoken about how this run has been historic for not only them, but for the region. But to go one further from here and to kind of be able to, again, being a map down, change this series back in your way, it is asking a hell of a lot for this side. This is a veteran team of all gamers who are used to these environments, used to these stages, and used to what is required of them in these drawn-out best of 5s. For the Stallions, I do worry, you know, like this Black Widow, as much as it's only the second map in the pool, this feels like a way for me that it could actually be the definition of make or break, right? Yeah, mentally, it could boom this side if you are to let this one slip here. And of course, being at your opponent's map pick doesn't help at all. So we'll have to see, right? The good news is that towards that tail end in particular, we had no back online looking incredible. If he can start just a little quicker, you know, it took him 4 rounds to get his first kill. If we can get the first one on the board within the first round, get out the gates kind of quick, that's when he can put pressure on. But again, it might not even be enough, because look at the flip side. ZQ, incredible. Do, so good, especially in the clutch. And ZY, we spoke about his impact, especially on that BL side. It might not be enough, even if No's playing lights out.
Yeah, and you've certainly got a little bit more left in the tank as well. I think Zhui, we are also kind of yet to really see his best in the event thus far. And he's definitely the type of player that when he's online, he can run away with a map as well. So I don't know, man. I think, yeah, if this doesn't go the way of Stallions, they're staring down the barrel of a defeat. You know, you'll still walk away with your head held high. The fact that they've been able to get into this grand final already starts to bring into the conversation the possibility of them being the best roster that we've seen from the Philippines in the history of CrossFire Stars. I mean, it's hard to make that argument considering the longevity of Pacific Magda, taking 3 top 3s, I think, in 4 years, and a CFGI, but hey, a top 2 here. Maybe it can still be a top 1 for Stallion. Let's find out how they go as we head into map number 2 of Black Widow.
Well, welcome in to Black Widows, the pick of all gamers as they look to get a second map up in this series over Stallions. It's quite a big ask, of course, because we know that Stallions looked good on this just a few days ago, but this is a different world and this is a different level of competition here in the grand finals of the CFS 2025. It is quite the predicament for Stallions. We've already really painted the picture, and it's potentially a bleak one, Jordan, right? They lose this map, series-wise they're in trouble. Like we said, I don't know if anyone's ever come back from a, you know, had to reverse sweep in a grand final and made it work.
Yeah, certainly not. Already you can kind of see Stallions are trying to start this map on the right foot, right? Like they're just trying to sort of stamp their mark on this early round. They had a push out in mid, playing a reasonably forward position in the box room. They kind of want to take an early fight here, but AG is giving them absolutely nothing. Back to that tried and true style that we saw on the BL side of Port, where they are happy to just take it nice and reserved on their way through these rounds. President's going to come towards bridge here. JJ not spotting that out yet. The smoke obscuring his vision. But do set up on long. It's a nice setup for AG as they start to think about hitting this A site.
Jay first. Nice find for him. Looks for a second as well. Just gets a tag off, but as KLP will come in for one of his own. He's trying to dance between the box now. Needs to be careful. Out towards long. Do is posted on the angle. No also on the cross. Could get caught, but KLP bails him out as No finds one of his own as well. Loy will hit the deck, but 122 is just so low and he avoids the HE. But with single-digit HP, this should be next to no chance. And it's No who makes sure that is the case. A lot of No's thrown out there, but all we do know is that it's no round for AG. A start for Stallions.
Good solid start indeed. Looking really comfortable there. Early days, though, and this is an AG side that will really lock in when the going gets tough.
Yes.
So quick out long this time for AG. A change in approach.
Very slow start from AG in this round. Just sort of dipping the toes in the water. Seeing what the temperature looks like. No real movement being made just yet. Loy's angle, generally speaking, is one and done. Issue with kind of Loy in that position is that the longer this round goes on, the more he's going to be inclined to want to try and take an engagement. It's one of the best angles the longer you stay there. And for Loy, just keep him posted. It actually allows you as well to shore up that A defense. You can actually drag more bodies over there if you leave Loy because he's deep in box room. Nade over. First fight is pretty huge here. And it's ZY for 2 who has cracked open the A site.
Yeah, once again, ZY on the entry continues to be an ever-present threat here for Stallions. 1-2-2-2. Just caught a bit napping there, watching middle. But not the end of the world here for AG as they do have that 4-on-3 lead.
Well, he's got an HE.
Oh, it doesn't matter what he's got at this point. The kills are coming through thick and fast for AG. And that's an easy one for Do on the cross. Brilliant response.
Nice work. Really nice work. ZY, that opening double makes all the difference. Even him going 1-for-1 there could have been a different story. Would have been a much harder trade because of that box angle with a little bit of a head glitch. Really well done by ZY. Just mechanically so sharp. Jordan, you highlighted him at the tail end of that first map. How solid he was in terms of the entering on towards Port on that BL. And, well, there it is once again. He's just relentless, I think, ZY. He's one of those players who I think, you know, he's looked at in a kind of a more veteran-y state and looked at just being a stabilizing factor, but his skill ceiling is so unbelievably high. And when you're surrounded by these, like, you know, these youngsters who are mechanically so, that first find and the second behind it, all the difference. And it was just too slow on the rotations after that.
He's going to try it again.
Why not?
A bit of a look here in the box room. Waiting for the rest of the fellas to rotate their way through, but just seems like it's a very tried and true approach here for AG. Let's hit the site as a pack. ZY on the entry. Get a bit of work done, and he's going to try it again. KLB surviving, and the weapon switch doesn't come through in time for ZY. Loy's done a great job of surviving there. Just didn't quite hit the entry when they needed it. And so that rotation came through in time for Stallions. They weren't able to scale out onto the site. Much better.
Yeah, no as well. Multi-kill coming through from him. 3 kills to his name. Fantastic work. 5-1. What do we say, right? We wanted to get No out the gates, looking really good, getting really kind of finding his form as early on as possible. There it is once again. So, AG went for a bit of a basic box room take, and it just was not good enough. No taking engagement with ZQ. Out towards long, with the flash will force him back. Early presence has been taken here by AG towards B, but no commitment just yet. It's KLB in that direction as a bit of a rarity that we're seeing Stallions wield that double TRG. Spoke about it kind of being that meta in a sense, and now the IGL is going to prove what he can do with it. Come, first engagement. Dway going to find it with ZY. No will dip his head in 4-1 as he drops an HE. He's going to stick around for the fight here, and he kind of dives back in, but he's alone in that engagement, so it's an easy trade.
Really nicely done from ZY and Dway. You can see them just sort of jiggling that entry together. As soon as Dway kind of takes the contact, he backs off, and it's ZY that then swings from the other side, and an easy, clean entry in onto Loy. So it should be AG for an equalizing second round here. The pace here of Black Widow certainly feeling a little bit more up there in comparison to what we got on Port.
Agreed. KLP spotted. Shouldn't have made too big of a difference though. ZQ's in below the bridge and they'll spam on down. So, AG, another round put on the board for them as they tie things up. A back and forth affair. I mean, technically the back and forth affair, you make the argument that favors Stallions. I would say AG do a lot of their better work
on the BL side.
On the BL side. So I think kind of fundamentally, if Stallions can keep up this trajectory, granted it's not the like cleanest or most comfortable, it's also, you know, not great in terms of the fact that it is a little bit janky. You want consistency, you want real form being brought through, but, you know, regardless of that, if you can actually just get yourself into a spot where this back and forth continues the way it is, you get a 5-4 half. 5-4 from the GR against AG. That's pretty good. A lot of teams would really hope for that, if anything.
I agree. Still early days, though, for the half. We'll see what happens, whether or not AG just continue to run away with things as they did on Port on that BL side. It takes them a little bit to kind of settle, but ZY about to catch JJ.
Wow, what a swing.
Very nice swing, you're right. So 5-on-4 ensuing, and this is AG's chance to put 2 together and once again sort of reclaim that lead.
In these entry engagements, these head-to-heads, ZY is kind of untouchable right now. Only 2 deaths he's had and not being from entry fights. He's flawless in them. Just being caught in the trades. Loy, this is a bit of a rogue one. He gets away with the kill. He sticks around for a second. And that'll cost him his life.
He's definitely expecting the swing to come through, someone to try and trade him. That's why he's just staying on that line, just trying to play a bit of an off angle.
It's too far away for him to fall back as well. There's just nowhere to go.
He can't get out. He cannot get out, so he has to just go down swinging. KLB, that's a nice kill from range onto ZY. That'll even things back up, and now No is reaggressing in onto short, gets the better of Dway. ZQ for the swing, though, will shut him down, and maintain possession of that C4. Brings KLP back across into the conversation, but ZQ is fearless at the moment. And he's got Do there to back him up from long. So as long as he just gets this plant down and plays it safe, this is a really tough round for KLB to negotiate, even if he does know where ZQ is.
Okay, spotted. Damage dealt with dirt range. Sees it off on the cross. It's a pretty immaculate way to play it. There's just no fault in that defense in the post plant. AG, back-to-back rounds. The first instance we've had it in this map. The form now starting to be found once again by the All Gamers as they take a lead and look to continue piling the pressure on. KLP, pop shot that just whisks by. Thread the needle of two that are making their way forward towards that B control. He's sung his praises, JJ, off the back of map number 1 is incredible form, multi-fragging. He looked like such a rock as well on the defense, but not seeing as much of an insight into it here. ZQ with ZY. Generally speaking, wherever ZY goes, that's where the pack follows. He's being that dedicated entry. Looks like Jue might take first contact here, and it's JJ in the first fight. JJ gets his. ZY quick on the trade. They're still trying to scale up as well, but No will pop his head through those doors and he'll find ZY. And in the backlines as well, he can continue to be a bit of a nuisance, a bit of a thorn in the side, maybe. It might even be required. KLP for one. Loy supporting as well, but Do finds one of his own. He's left all alone now in a 1 versus 2, but he has got plenty of time.
Is it clutch time for Do?
4 1v1s.
Well, this is a bit more than a 1v1. This will be a 1v3 for him. C4 also dropped in an awkward position, but he has got the time to work with, and looks like he's going to play it patiently, which, you know, I understand, but not sure it's going to pay off here. Stallions likely to push their way back onto long. I would think not. Yeah, Loy reverting back over to short will more or less confirm that fact. So he's going to have to start making some moves of his own. Maybe given the C4, he's not going to have a lot of time to do anything with it. That's the issue here. He's got to move a little quicker than this.
If he can plant towards backside, though,
yeah,
that actually gives him a little bit of leg room to set up and isolate some duels.
Go on B.
Ooh,
go on C4. They're aware of it.
On the cross, though.
And he is.
Oh, he's tagged. He's not dropped, though. He can get a plant out of this. Going to drop a smoke. Hang on. There's life in this round here. Plant going to come through. That's a good priority. Get that down first, and then you've got to try and isolate fights.
Well, Loy's going to go out in front. If he fights and takes this 1v1 and loses, it was so on, but a missed shot from Do will give Stallions a third.
I got Yobib flashbacks there.
Yeah.
Big time. Diving out on his own. Oh, my. I didn't love the idea, but I guess I can't really complain too heavily if the execution comes off. Doesn't give him time to set up, I guess, is the one real positive. There's very little Do could, well, do there, to be honest.
Yep.
Honestly, the best thing he probably could have done is pick it back up and gone back to A. He wouldn't have taken damage on the cross, but ZQ, he'll open things up as KLB goes down. And GL now going to look on from the afterlife and try and pull them out of this round, but it continues to fall flat. JJ and KLP will follow suit to an early grave, and this could be all but done. No will find one of his own, but still a lot of work got to be done here in round number 7.
Yeah, that's a bit of a freebie, really, for him. Sacrificial lamb, ZQ for the round, you'd think.
Oh, no.
Survives. Loy with a missed spray. Don't know how much it really would have done for him. Even if he gets that kill, he's instantly traded, and it would be, at best, a 1v3 for No. Time is really a problem for No here as well, as that smoke is obscuring his ability to get into the A site, and I think he's just going to take this as a bit of an opportunity to have a chat as a team, rather than a real attempt at a clutch.
Time dwindling. Time is dwindling. We've got to find some foundations in this first half, but it's AG who are continuing to keep just an arm's reach away. And the potential for them to bridge a further gap. Stallions, from everything we've seen so far this series, it's one of those things, like it's good, it's just not enough. You can tell it's not enough. ALP, a leg shot is so unfortunate. ZQ will find the first, but Loy and JJ combine well. Numbers still leveled off the back of Do delivering one, but It still actually potentially might even force them away from A, and they will.
Yeah, it's a decent decision from AG. They know that the reinforcements will have arrived on the A site. They don't want to test that 3-on-3. Just going to reset the round and sort of let those holes build up again. Stallions will spread themselves thin with only 3 players on the defense alive. Gives the opportunity for someone like a ZY to find a 1v1 on the entry, as opposed to, you know, a 1v2 or a 1v3.
Yeah, 1-1 split across A, B, and mid here. Like you said, you know, if AG can pop in as a pack and do it quick, smoke down, stop a kind of a rotation coming through, Stallions in a lot of trouble. They actually, the way they're set up here, you've got 2 decisions you can make if you kind of an IGL in a spot like this. You can gamble stack and play retake, and a lot of teams like doing that. I think it's also probably the smarter play. I think I'd rather have you in a 3 versus 3 with the damage dealt towards ZQ as well. I'd rather you gamble stack and play full retake together. Can I keep hold of the util, which obviously Stallions have a lot of, or you can do what they're doing now, which is you actually play divided, you play split up, but essentially whoever initially kind of gets executed upon, they actually have to multi-frag. And it's asking a lot. You know, if we talk about this tournament, when we've seen even the better players, their average multi-frag is like 20% or less. So statistically, your best option is the gamble stack, but they're not going for it. So it's going to be all on the shoulders of KLB.
And his timing's not looking great here. Only just now spotting them as they're already pretty far progressed up long. And once you're stuck there, there's nowhere really to go. You've got multiple players watching multiple angles. Good shot from JJ. Getting a plant down here might be a little tough for AG unless no goes down like that. They don't even need a plant.
Wow. I'll come back to it again. Best choice in, kind of best decision to make in a spot like that is a gamble stack. Gamble stack and play retake. Especially just, more than anything, it's not even down to just the individuals winning out fight. It's actually because Stallions have 3 full belts of util. That is a position where it's like, right, we can, worst case scenario, we can dump util in to kind of give us some space in towards a retake, but they try and back themselves in the fight. It's a little bit of a rookie error, I think. That's a call made off the back of maybe slight overconfidence.
Oh, Deuce been spotted.
Yeah, he's going to get out of there. Smart man.
CY waiting for this exact push from No. There's your start player gone. Leg shot onto ZQ. It's not going to be enough to find the trade. Loy might want to aggress. Thinks better of it. Tucks himself in the corner. AG off to a good start in this round. And we could be looking at a 6-3 half now.
Yeah, really, really good. It honestly feels like that would actually be the right call as well. Deserved, I must say. AG, I've just looked and played like a better side. That is a bold move by Loy, and he realizes very abruptly that there is bodies there and they're ready to fight. 3 versus 5. I don't even hate the idea because you're wanting to try and go for a bit of an information play. And because Loy had heard nothing, spotted nothing, he was like, right, I'm going to go try and find something myself. And that'll be at the cost of his life. 5-3, and that 6th is beckoning right now. Very concerning how things have been looking. And a minute now for AG to make a decision about where they want to finish this.
Anywhere. Feels like a good choice when you're in a 3-on-5.
Yes, it's true. It doesn't matter, arguably.
As long as you play the fundamentals of the round correctly and you trade your way into the site, you're right. Should be pretty easy. Should be pretty straightforward. KLB is going to try and be the hero here for Stallions. And he is very aware that there's players outside this box room. So he has called JJ to just come floating back across into mid. Maybe that's what AG are hoping for by showing this presence, because the C4 is definitely not committing to B at the moment. In fact, it's in transition back over to A. AG are going to take this one late to the A site, which is where just KLP is holding. And he's not the type to multi-frag here. He's only got a sniper rifle, which is not going to make it easy. But 1-2-2-2 goes a little bit early. This is a little bit wonky for AG. You've got players watching at the rotate. If the entry doesn't go well, this round could still fall away from them. With 10 seconds on the clock, they have not found the kill onto KLP. What is that round from AG? They're not going to get a plant. They've thrown the round away. Oh, I hate it. Oh, they've just got it.
How?
They've pulled off a miracle. But can I just say,
terrible round.
Terrible round. They won it, but it was terrible. What was that?
They've won it, but they do not deserve it. They don't deserve it at all. AG, you're so lucky that you've got away with that. Couldn't buy enough time right at the end. That's got to be with a quarter of a second on the clock.
I don't understand it. Like, you're entering the A site, you've got a guy holding box rooms. What's the point?
Like, literally why? It makes absolutely no sense to leave it as late as they did.
Yeah.
They are so unbelievably lucky. Zhui, 4 kills in that previous round. Credit to him, but my God, it should not have been that close. At any given moment, you could have just ran into any position on the map. Doesn't have to be a damn site. But a 5 versus 3, you win the round off that alone, and they make life hard for themselves. And honestly, Jordan, it feels very akin to AG this tournament, right? They just make life hard for themselves.
Yeah, I will say that's probably the first instance of it that we've seen in the grand final, though, where there's been a little bit of a mishap for AG. By and large, they've actually looked pretty solid, and
I agree.
You can give them some credit for that. If it's 1 per 1.5 maps, then okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
They still won the round, so I guess you'll take it.
Yeah, it's true. Unfortunately, because they won the round, it will just be forgotten in time. But it really shouldn't be. KLP going to be the first to fall. The timeout going to be called here by Stallions following this one, and I think rightfully so, because it looks like it's about to be a 7 for AG unless things go drastically wrong in a 5 versus 3, but we know their luck, so maybe not. KLP going to try and make his way through doors. ZY here holding for exactly that move. That's where Zhui can pop his head up. He's behind that smoke as well, so JJ can't really even effectively trade. That is unfortunate, down to 2. It's JJ and No to try and dig them out of this one, and No will go down. It's flawless for AG. 7 on the board, 4 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away from going 2-0 up in this series. Stallions, there's being on the back foot, and then there's the position that they're in right now. They are a shadow of their former selves.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one for Stallions. This conversation happening right now. Tanks is going to have to lock in for the boys. And even he's kind of scratching his head. Seems like he's maybe at a bit of a loss as to how to stop this freight train that is All Gamers in the grand final.
I mean, what would you even say here? I mean, right now, I actually, for the most part, don't think they're playing terribly.
Yeah,
We're not making egregious errors.
Yeah.
We're not overfighting. We're not underfighting. They're just losing head-to-heads, right? Because of how good this AG side look.
Yep. Yeah, it's a tough one.
It gets to a point, and it might even be a hindsight point as well. We look back at this and just say, on the day, they were the better side. And right now, on the day, they are the better side. Both sides aren't really making too many egregious errors, but what we do know for damn sure is that there is one side who are making life look very, very good in the server. This Black Widow has been clean.
Yeah. Look, it could just be that at the end of the day, the occasion is getting the better of these guys. And you can't really blame them for that, right? Like you've highlighted, very young team. First grand final that they're playing on this stage. I mean, second match, or second or third match that they're playing on this stage, but you know, that's still not a lot of experience necessarily, especially in comparison to the vast majority of this AG lineup having, again, been there, done that, won that as well.
Yeah.
And I really would not begrudge Stallions for just folding in this grand final and going down 0-3. Like, I don't think anyone would have a bad word to say about them at all. But, you know, obviously that's not the dream that they've got. They've still got to find a way to lock in and realize their dream and see if they can push this any further. But I think a lot of that really does just come down to, where can Stallions go from here? Because if they let AG continue to dictate this, then this series is already over.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, look at this first engagement. Drake going to start things as Loy looks for the trade, and he will get it. 2 versus 3.
Oh, dude, that is...
that 2. Head popped back up, and a pistol of ZY will leave No all on his lonesome. This is a lightning fast round. As the C4 goes down the ball, about 30 seconds played out in it.
This is where you need that star power to come online. Stallions need something. They need anything to get a bit of momentum going their way, and this could be it. A 1v2 for No. ZY gets his way up long. He spots out the information. ZQ just holding for the moment to see if there's going to be a push, but I think AG have got to go. There's a flash over the top.
Yeah.
Time's working against them, and ZY nails the shot. This is looking grim for Stallions.
It is. It is. Off the back of your timeout, no less, as well. And it is a massacre in the 30 seconds, right? You know, so early in towards that engagement, the fights are taken, and the trades just go favorably for AG. Unfortunately, not a lot you can do in a situation like this now. 8-3, 5 rounds ahead, and it's been 5 in a row by All Gamers. 3 at the tail end of the half, 2 to kickstart their GR side. Stallions, they look shell-shocked by what All Gamers are throwing at them. No, for the first, and ZY, a lucky man to get out of there alive. He takes damage, but he doesn't drop.
Oh, look at this push from Zhui, though. Has he been spotted? He has. JJ just getting on that line on time. Du's still going to try and take that fight to them. And it seems like AG are not, they're not going to let Stallions find their feet in this round, even though those first couple of kills go the way of Stallions. AG are still kind of throwing everything that they've got at them. ZQ will spot them on the cross here. No real connection there. Gets a tiny bit of chip damage onto KLP, but it's not enough to really trouble the scorers. KLB now will be the key here, and if he can pick up ZQ, that will lock down the rotations in middle. He can afford to just back it up here and play time. He doesn't need to necessarily take this fight. It's going to take AG a long time to dispatch him. They might not even want to. They're going to have to just go for the retake without it. But ZY's not. There's no way. This is a 2v3 now.
Make that one. ZQ, Captain Fantastic. Well, we need a fantastic clutch. 1 versus 3. KLB won't even fall. He'll close it in the head-to-head of the IGLs. The Stallions aren't dead just yet. Life left in them, but a long old road to recovery. AG are so close to that finish line here on this Black Widow, on this map, and I don't know if Stallions have what is required of them to be able to recover, the resurgence needed. Or something like this. Early engage on a box room as well. Loy gonna find one. Jouet one of his own as well. It's Trays with the HGs. And Jouet reclaims a bit of space here, and he's actually got some support in doing so. They know they've fallen off B.
Yeah, nice forward hold here for Jouet. Smoke's gonna fade. He's gonna try and get a bit aggressive here. Needs to be careful with his timing, but he's got 1-2-2-2 there to help him out.
Great shot.
And quick scope in onto Loy. We'll finish him off as well. I mean, this round is doomed for Stallions. Look at the map control that AG have got. There's nothing you even need to say. What an anticlimax of a round, really. KLB surely not expecting Shui here. Will go down 9-4. AG, it feels like they're just powering up now.
Yeah, they are getting better and better as every single round progresses so far. There is only one team in the server. We're at a predicament now for Stallions where they are just unable to chain anything together. They needed a level of consistency which we've not seen from them all series long, and it still seems to elude them. We're going for an aggro play. Du will open things up, but a quick trade from Loy, but there was another one there which they know about as Shui will fall back. But do they expect 1-2-2-2? Well, I can tell you for damn sure that Loy doesn't. Down he goes. Numbers taken for AG. This map looks like it's on the brink of being over in a matter of mere moments. Stallions, they've fallen so flat here.
Yeah, it was a pretty unorthodox angle from him in mid there. So, bad news for Loy. Double digits on offer here for AG. And it will be 2-0, which seems an impossible task to come back from for Stallions. JJ fighting his way forward, but there is no entry allowed into the box room. You've still got 2 defenders here with a third one coming across. KLP will drop, and KLP is the last man standing now in the 1v3. 1-2-2-2 has boosted his way up onto the boxes as well. You've got that transition coming in from behind. ZQ locking out any thought of a rotation. Has to watch though, the timing here could be critical. ZQ will finish the job. AG 10-4 on map 2, and they're up 2-0 in the grand final of CFS 2025.
Well, 10-4, next to nothing on offer for Stallions. All gamers look so unbelievably clean, and everybody having their moment in the spotlight as well. Zhui, brilliant all the way throughout. Du, another lightning rod of success as well, and ZQ caught a fantastic game. Jordan, it's a damning position that we're in now for Stallions, because when we look towards when they played just a few days ago, this is the map that Stallions won and, you know, showed some real niceties about them. Yep. We didn't see any of that there.
Yeah, and by the way, who was it that I talked about at the back end of that pre-match? And I said, hey, there's still a little bit more left in the tank. Zhui, of course, the MVP for that one. And I said he's the kind of player that if he gets rolling, he can take a map away from you. And I think he's obviously a big reason why that map was so difficult for Stallions. But again, it was largely an across-the-board performance for AG, which is, again, fantastic news for them. They are really here to play in this grand final, and it is finally the AG that we've been spruiking about. You know, I felt like a bit of an idiot sometimes when we were going into those earlier matches. We're like, man, AG's the best team in the world. They're amazing at this game. They just do everything better than everybody else. And then they would go in and you'd be like,
they just fumble and bumble
what actually
their way
are
around.
they doing? But this is the AG that we know and love, and yeah, there's a reason why we hold them in such high regard. And obviously right now up 2-0 in this grand final. Like you say, for Stallions, this is a very, very tough position to find themselves in what is ultimately the most important match of their CrossFire career. Yes. They have never been on a bigger stage than this one, and certainly have not been playing for a bigger prize than the one that they are today. And I think that occasion is kind of getting to them. And you can't blame them. You cannot begrudge Stallions at all for being in the position that they're in right now. It is only natural to be going up against one of the best teams historically in the world of CrossFire and struggling a little bit. But I dare say, the Stallions that we're seeing right now on stage, their time will come, right? Yes. This is the start of something that will still be an impressive team in years to come. If it doesn't happen today, let's not forget, it is still possible. A reverse sweep against AG, I think, is a really, really tough ask. I'm not going to put my money on it, but it is possible. It is in the ballpark still.
Technically speaking, it is possible.
Exactly.
It's highly improbable, but technically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, everything would have to go the way of Stallions for that to be the case. But look, I'll tell you what, AG are looking good to close it out. We'll talk a little bit more about it before we do head into the next map. But first, we'll head to a short break. So we'll see you soon. Well, this is the moment that AG have been waiting for many a year. It's been a bit of a drought for them, but now up
21, right?
2-0 in this game against Stallions. All of a sudden, their hopes and dreams are very much alive, and it seems like it might be a bit of an easier run for AG than what we had even anticipated based on that upper bracket final. Stallions, unfortunately, not quite delivering on their end of the bargain, and AG are certainly doing that on their side of the coin.
Let's be frank, mate, this has been a bit of a non-starter of a series from Stallions. You know, there's a little bit of a look in towards Port, but it was not good enough, and I think it's even a little bit of a deceiving scoreline in a sense. 10-7 on paper doesn't look like it's that bad, but there was never a moment, really, there was a doubt that AG were going to close that out. We saw, you know, a bit of an instance coming through from Stallions towards the tail end, but it never for once did we even open the door to a conversation of them making something out of this. Yep. So I think a bit of a predicament now where for Stallions, you have been yet to get going in towards this game. You've yet to put anything really on the table. I don't know if I have faith in them to do it here.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. You know, it's kind of a case of if not already, then when, right?
Yes.
And I guess that becomes now, if not now, then when, because there is no more chances after this. This is the last opportunity. It's the last map that you're going to get. You have to turn it on here. I mean, the one saving grace, obviously, is that they are moving into sub-base, which is their map pick, but also, again, a map that they lost to AG in the last matchup, and I think it was relatively one-sided.
It was,
10-4, 10-5, something like that, off the top of my head. It doesn't bode too well, obviously.
Doesn't pay a nice picture, does it?
Stallions. And again, I don't think we can look at them and say that they've played a bad game of CrossFire. That's the hardest part for me, is like, if I could look at Stallions and say, yeah, they're playing horribly on these first two maps. If they fix that, they can come in and they can contest AG. I can't, though. I really look at them and I think, you know, they've got the players where they need to. They're generally actually not shooting too badly.
There's no fundamental flaws right now.
The strats are fine. The decision-making's fine.
I agree.
And yet they're still losing. So that, to me, just screams AG's a better team. And unfortunately, there's only so much you can really do in that kind of a situation unless you just, again, like we said at the previous pre-match, you need to hit 120% here. You probably need to hit 200% here, actually, if you're going to come back in this series now as Stallions, because you are just so far down the hole that a reverse sweep is required. 3 maps in a row against AG in the CFS Grand Finals. I wouldn't bet on any team in the world to be able to do that.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And if anything, the only team that you would bet on to be able to do that is AG against somebody else, right? And the fact that they've got themselves such a healthy lead puts now a real predicament here on the shoulders. This has been a map which in the past, of course, we know has been so solid for all gamers. And yes, it's been great at times too for the likes of Stallions, but I don't know if I ever have the faith here. No leads the way when it comes towards the stats, leads the way when it comes towards all of the great things for this side, and he's not been bad by any means in this game, but he's not been good enough, and that's been the story, unfortunately, for Stallions. He's been good, but we need excellent, we need perfect, and that has been a far cry of what Stallions have thrown so far. But, you know, just touching on your point of earlier, this is kind of the frustrating thing about this game, and it probably is the frustrations really for Stallions, is that we are not playing bad Crossfire. We have been pretty solid all the way throughout. We've made very, very few mistakes, or especially egregious mistakes in this tournament, in this series, may I say. We just can't hit as hard as Stallions can as AG can right now, and it's actually a bit of a frustration because you start to get a little bit helpless. You start to get really frustrated, saying, like, what else can I do? We're calling actually relatively well. We're understanding what AG are bringing to the table, and on top of that as well, we are at times going toe-to-toe. JJ map number 1, Noah across post maps 1 and 2. So then you start to think, you get restless, you get even a bit helpless and think, can we actually do anything? All right, are they just fundamentally that much better that it doesn't matter what we do, they're always going to win? And this was just more or less a kind of a foregone conclusion before the series even started. Because right now, that's how it feels. And that's the frustration for Stallions. We are not doing anything wrong and still losing.
Yeah, it's a really tough one to, I think, come into a map in this kind of mentality. And honestly, if I'm the coach here, I'm kind of just saying, look, guys, we gave it a shot. But let's just remember that we are kind of living our dreams anyway. We're on this stage. We're getting to live an opportunity that thousands of people, millions of people maybe have dreamed about over the course of this year. And even if it doesn't go our way, even if we go down 0-3, let's just go out there in the serve up, play a good game, enjoy ourselves, and of course, you know, bask in the moment, because at the end of the day, that's what this really is about. Like, this is just such a monumental experience. And yes, it's a competition, and yes, you want to win, but also, you know, what's the point of life if not to go out there and just enjoy it, you know what I mean?
And that's what KLB said in the interview. It's like, we just want to have fun, right? I think at this point, I think, you know, the biggest thing you can do with Stallions is just kind of take away all the pressure off your shoulders and say, right, if this is where we end, let's go up high, let's enjoy this. But this could be where they end as we look towards sub-base, map number 3.
this be the final nail in the coffin for Stallions? We are going to find out over the next half an hour or so.
That was incredible, by the way. It has to be said. What an intro.
Yeah, I mean, as always, we're delivering on that front. JJ also delivering the opening kill of this map. Just a bit of a confidence settler maybe for Stallions, but need I remind you, AG quite good in the 4v5, so I'm not going to count them out just yet, and they are playing with pace. They're already into the window room. ZY looking for that entry on Deloy, and again, he also delivers. It costs him a lot of his HP. He will eventually be picked up there by KLB, but I think ZQ should have this one on lock, though. The push comes in from behind him before he can really get it going, and now it's Du again in the clutch. This one, a 1v3, feels it should be a little too far away. He's waiting for that swing from KLB. It comes just a little too late. So first round on the board for Stallions, and a bit of that momentum slows down for AG, which is certainly something that Stallions have a lot of work to do in terms of pulling back, but it's a start.
Yeah, and that's all you can really ask. This is a side that I think, if you are Stallions, you need to just negate a lot of the pressure off your shoulders and just say, okay, it is what it is. In the previous few maps, let's just try and make the best out of this situation. They're trying to jump up here, and they're eventually going to give up. You hate to see that, but you don't want to waste too much time on it. So
yep.
I think I can sort of understand the frustrations there a little bit. You just fall away, you give it up, you reset, and you go somewhere else. ZY, we know how relentless he is when it comes towards these entries. Such a consistent factor, really.
Yep. Clears it out. And had Stallions been successful in their boost there might have been actually a bit of a contest. ZY might be dead right now, but those are the little things that can make a big difference in a round. Maybe in a series as well here. So A will be their approach again, I think, for AG here, especially with ZY so progressed in the vent. He would have been spotted out there by Loy. Just jumping up. So he'll back up. That might change the plan, actually. That might change the approach here for AG. Without ZY in that vent, they're not as eager to go for an A push. Still got time to explore the rest of the map. Transition their way back into mid. Yeah.
I wonder how our young colleague, Sneaky's feeling. 2-0 down. I know he's here in the crowd. He said he's sitting somewhere over on the Stallion side, so to our left.
Yeah, I saw him walk in. He was decked out in his CrossFire jacket here to cheer for the Stallions, but it's not helping them very much. 1-2-2-2 and Shui alongside ZQ now as well. Everybody getting involved in the entries. C4 still not planted, but AG have just exploded onto that B site. Found themselves a numbers advantage, and now they've got themselves a post plan. And look at that off angle from ZQ. Doesn't quite work out for him, but still an easy trade for ZY. Du's going to come across and cover KLB as he tries to enter back into the B side, and that's just how quickly a round can shift.
Yeah, this is the thing as well. The Stallions, again, in a predicament where we want to make this side find consistent rounds on the board, but a response by AG is always such an inevitability. Trying over as KLB will take that control as JJ opens things up, but 1-2-2-2 has a little look in himself, delivers a trade, but a lot of damage being dealt towards AG here. ZQ and 1-2-2-2 are left reeling. Be difficult here, but you're putting so much pressure really on Shui and Du to give yourself a lot of control in towards this sort of a round. And it's especially damning because when you look towards what makes this side tick, we're looking at ZY on the entries, well, he's dead, and ZQ, who is also falling flat.
Yeah, ZQ and 1-2-2-2, very, very low. So AG have kind of gone back in their shell a little bit in this round, and they're hoping for a mistake to come through from Stallions, which is quite unlikely, I'd say. I don't think Stallions is going to be that team that's going to go for a push in a situation like this. I mean, 4-on-4, why would they? They haven't traditionally been that team that's been too aggressive on the GR side, so I don't think that's going to change up too much here.
Yeah. All right, Lloyd, up close. Nothing really on offer for now. He'll drop a smoke and he'll dip back. Got a minute to work with on this clock. No decision being made just yet. They still need to decipher where they want to go from here. I think it's just because of how low AG are. That makes life so difficult for them.
Yeah, they're very tentative, very hesitant on this entry. You need something clean here from Shui. Oh. He's not been able to get it, so the transition's going to start to come through from Stallions. That's a great shot, though, onto No. And now Du and Shui can try to push their way in onto KLP. Oh. He doubles down. That is big. That is huge. Grenade's going to go over the top. It won't go quite onto his head. It's still on if 1-2-2-2 can pull off a miracle here in the 1-2. But C4 in such an awkward spot for him. I think this is impossible.
Yeah, I think you're right. Unfortunately, a no-go. Hang on. 1-2-2. Still trying to be a nuisance. 15 seconds. Got to try and find this fight as KLB from the missile who sees it off. But man alive, was that close. Yeah. Very, very close indeed. Oh my, there was a moment there that something could have been found.
Bear in mind though, you know, one of the big things that actually got AG through that first map was a lot of clutches, right? Yeah. And Stallions have traditionally been a good clutch team. If they can start to get that going a little bit, this job gets harder for AG as there's again a contest coming through from Stallions, this time quite aggressively into Machine Room. Doesn't work out. It's a 3-for-2 trade, but damage done to Du and ZY. And it looks like Stallions want to keep that aggression going. ZY falls. He's low. Du can't afford to drop here, but ZQ is miles away. So Du just has to back it up and kind of concede that kill onto ZY without any kind of response.
Where do we go from here?
Anyway, go B. Go A.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. Do anything. The world's your oyster.
If you're just confident there, you actually just push through lockers, right? You just take that control kind of nicely and start moving your way forward. This could be massive. Dropping down. Life lost. And it's ZQ is now going to call them alone out of this. But so much damage has been dealt. JJ and KLP both are tagged. I mean, is something still on the cards there? I just don't really know what. For ZQ, essentially, he just has to win 1v2. He's trying to isolate fights, and that's not bad damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, where there's smoke, there's fire. So if he sees one, he probably expects two. The fact that so much damage has been done really puts this into the squarely winnable territory for ZQ. Stallions not too keen to take the fight to him anymore. They're just going to wait patiently and see if ZQ will come to them, which inevitably he will have to.
This is a real patience play here.
Time's there, you may as well use it.
Why not start making a kind of a tick through? And I like the way the Stallions are approaching this. They're just sticking together. There's no real onus to be isolated here. They want to try and play for these trades. It's the best way to go about this because of ZQ's advantage when it comes towards the HP. They start making their way forward. ZQ, he's got to take a fight here. There is a world in which he can just sneak on by. He slipped the net. And now he can start looking towards a plant here, towards the B site, and he will. It's a nice open plant as well, so he set himself up in a position where something can start to tick here. This now gets a little funky. Is that a smoke? Yes, okay, smoke down as well. That's going to make life even harder. You look at now at this kind of double stack here of JJ and KLP. Somebody's got to risk themselves. Somebody's got to be the cannon fodder.
He's got no idea where they're coming from, though. That'll be the only issue. He's obviously got that smoke up, but the longer this takes, the more likely he's expecting that push to come through from Locker. So it's all a timing game, and he does spot out KLP, but where's JJ? There he is. ZQ on for the 2v1. Time is irrelevant because the shots are there, and ZQ gets it done for the squad.
Oh, yes. That is it. Talk about leading by example. What a showing from ZQ. This has been a man-possessed all tournament long. And we've spoken about Kano as being somebody for MVP throughout this tournament. But performances like that from ZQ single-handedly could change that narrative. 2-all. AG back into a position now where they're putting so much pressure on the Stallions. They cannot make the jump up. Finally, they get there.
Yeah.
But at this point,
to him, though.
Yeah, a lot of time being taken to get up there.
Back to the 5-on-5. 2-2 the score. Flash into Wood is going to set AG up to take that position pretty cleanly. There's no contest actually from Stallions here. Here comes a big fight. ZY in the vent. Tends to get a lot of work done. He's going to walk right into No. And no connections is the actual answer.
When they pull the pistol round, that's them looking for the fight. And this could be ZY here. He's just waiting. He's dancing on the corner. He's trying to bait out the engagement, but they've just fallen off the angle.
Yeah, it's such an awkward fight to be taking, to be fair, when you're sort of crouching around the corner there. It's always a testy one. So a little bit of excitement at the start of the round, but kind of for nothing, really. Nobody takes any damage in that engagement. Bit of map control being taken, though, by AG as they do eventually clear out the vent, but ZY spotted out by Loy.
On vent, by the way, in this round by both sides. It's rare that we get such a heavy engagement there.
I think AG are actually putting quite a bit of priority on it, and that's why Stallions are playing around it, because we've seen ZY a couple of times trying to put himself in that vent position to set up the A take that AG want to go for, but they've been denied that, and so again, they're having to go back to plan B here, which incidentally is the B site.
Let's see, KLP posted. First and 4, Do, what a swing coming through. That's electric coming forward from Do as 1-2-2 looks to try and get it himself. Hang on, they are cracking this open. Dominoes dropping one by one, and sure, there's a kill in the meanwhile, but it's all left on the shoulders of KLB. There is no chance in hell here for the IGL. He's brought it down to a 1 versus 3, but the C4 gets planted, and that is wraps on this round. Round number 5 is going the way of AG. There is no chance in hell he can win this.
Never say never, Neo. I've seen some pretty good clutches in my time, but this is not going to be one of them. I'll give you that. You were right this time. I was taking the outside bet there, unfortunately.
No, I respect it.
It's got the crowd pretty pumped up, though. Every single one of these rounds that AG win, you sort of sense the atmosphere is quite electric now, because we are in that third map. They are hunting for themselves the win. Everyone's aware of it, and every round is a step closer to an AG victory. Shui is under pressure. He needs a bit of help, but there's nobody there. He's going to have to do the job himself, but he does. Cleans one up, and ZY in on top. AG are activating.
This is AG at their best. Do has been dropped, sure, but at the same time, ZQ going to find one of his own. JJ eats a double nade. He's not long for the world. And Loy goes down as well. AG are toying with them.
It's early days, but it's starting to feel pretty over, isn't it? I think that's a really great way of summarizing it. AG are playing with their food at the moment. We get a timeout from Stallions.
Wow. This is a delectable display coming through from all gamers.
The drums are booming in the arena now.
Yeah. And too right. The crowd is getting pumped up. They know that it's getting closer and closer and closer to the all gamers on home soil in their home city, lifting a trophy for the first time in a CFS Grand Final since 2021. A long time coming for a side of this caliber, but it's eluded them for so long. A disappointing 6th last year. They were looking to come into 2025 and make the most of it. Well, EWC under their belt already, and now looking to go back-to-back in international major tournaments. And on top of that as well, you add to a fantastic domestic season, 2-1 by them. This has been the year of the Chengdu All Gamers, that is for damn sure.
Absolutely.
Barely put a foot wrong.
Yeah, there'll be no question that should AG win here, which it seems they're very likely to, that this has been their year. No team really has eclipsed them, certainly not on the international stage. I think the rookies of the year probably will be Stallions, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
If you could consider them rookies. I mean,
I'll say as well, it's very rare. Again, you know, this is something that we've drilled home all tournament long. It's very rare we get this level of kind of consistency across a year, right? You know, we've already seen it with, you know, tournaments where it's like summer championships, the winner there goes in towards the finals and falls flat, and vice versa, right? We don't get as much that consistency across multiple tournaments, but if AG can go back-to-back from the summer tournament in towards the winter and go 2 for 2 there, it's a fantastic year. It's up there with kind of one of the best years in a sense, just because of also how clean they were domestically too. Like we said, they've just barely put a foot wrong. An opener on towards Do is important at the very least. And we're going to take this Vents control. ZY. Oh my God, a mere few pixels away from joining Do in the grave.
1-2-2, spots out JJ. Not keen for that dual long-term. KLP's there to kind of render some assistance. So Stallions hold on to locker room at the moment. CY hoping to catch a player rotating in from jail. Nobody there though. He's going to go back over to Ven. And this will be where he just gets his head locked off by Loy. There's so many, I think, storylines that you can go with here for AG, right? You talk about that redemption that they want to find for themselves after a bit of a dry spell in the previous few years. I think in particular, going back 2 years to Chengdu in 2023. I know you weren't here now.
No. That was merely a CrossFire rookie at that point.
I'll hold my conversation for a moment, though, because there is a bit of a flank coming in here from 1-2-2-2, which is dealt with. Very nice hold from Loy. Should be the round done and dusted unless ZQ can pull off a miracle. But yeah, we go back 2 years to this very city. Different arena. We're in a different arena this time around. But they looked like they were going to be the team to walk away with that grand final.
Yeah.
They beat Baisha in the upper bracket final. 3-0, obviously in the same way they beat Stallions in the upper bracket final here, although 3-2, bit of a closer affair. And we all went into that grand final thinking AG are going to win it. They won that first map 10-3. It was actually sub-base. And then they got 3-1 by Baisha in pretty decisive fashion. So that'll be the one I think that's the biggest pain point for AG. That was back with Even leading the troops. And speaking of, he's here watching along, co-streaming. He's right next to us.
Yes, he is, yeah.
And so he'll be quite happy with what he's seeing from AG today. But it is definitely AG's grand final to take now. And it's been a long time between drinks for them for a CFS trophy lift. But it feels like they'll be taking their rightful place again in not too long. At least the way things are going at the moment. But Stallions providing some resistance here on sub-base. No, down low. And a player already dropping in this round. It's not a good start for Stallions. This could be a 5th on the board for AG. They'll be halfway there at that point.
Yeah, that's not good. JJ, they're back in towards the elevated angle. He's spotted out as well as KLB, who takes a serious tag. I mean, JJ should be dead to rights on the side than he is as ZY pokes his head around. He looks for 2. Oh, and he gets it. And it's left it all on the shoulders of the sniper KLP in a 1 versus 5. No chance, buddy. It's wraps in this round as AG, that 5th is all but locked in. And a ceremonious end, really, for a side who are so deserved of taking a lead in towards the second half. This first has been brilliant. They are getting closer and closer. The crowd here in Chengdu know that this is really within grasp now.
Yeah, we're in our casting booth right in front of the audience, basically. They look over our heads to the big screen.
And this is the All Gamers side as well here.
Yeah, and I look up and I see a lot of happy looking faces right now.
Yeah, they're loving life. They are loving life. And who can blame them? Because not only are their team winning, but the level of CrossFire that they're bringing to the table is immense, right? This is, across the series, there is very, very few errors and gaps to speak of. This has been a fun display. So not only are they being treated to their side winning, but on top of that, it's a side winning in style.
It really only feels like there's been maybe one mistake from AG, which was on the previous map, and we sort of highlighted that, but other than that, this has been really quite solid from AG. Down 4-on-5 in this round, though.
Yeah, do again the first to fall. Another one where he just took an early engagement and just loses his life.
Thing is, though, if they just knock open this site, then we're back to a 4-on-4 post plan. So KLP's got a big job to do here, and he answers the call nicely. ZY down early. The scale comes through, but they can't get past the rifles. And so it looks like we're going to go to a 5-4 advantage at the end of the half for AG, which, again, you look at that for Stallions and say that's not a bad shout considering they lost this map 10-4 a couple days ago. So they're already at that mark, and we'll see if they can improve upon that.
True. We'll see. I think for Stallions, aside for me, it feels like they prefer playing on that BL side too, right? Setting that tempo. AI odds are very, very one-sided. Their prediction rate there. They are favoring AG. And well, I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. Early nays that come through as ZY wants to take that engagement through doors. He'll eat a bit of a tag from the HE, but it was early control by Stallions. It looked like they wanted to get really quite aggressive through doors, but it looks like KLB is actually reining them back in, slowed them down, saying just no point really losing our life for nothing there.
Safe approach from both teams to start the half off. It's what you'd expect. Yeah, every time you swap the half onto a different side, you're kind of wondering what's the setup going to be like from our opponents. How is Stallions going to play this BL side? Are they going to play quick? Are they going to play slow? Are they going to play default? Are they going to play group? These are all questions that you're wondering. And it's the same thing for Stallions, trying to figure out what the setups look like for AG. Are they stacking one side in particular? Are they running a double sniper, etc.? So you're trying to get the answers to those questions as you work your way through the opening few rounds. You're trying to do it without losing players, and unfortunately that hasn't quite worked out for Stallions. The opening pick of this round again goes the way of AG. KLB down early. ZY up close and personal, dealing with Loy, a comfortable duel for him. He has been lights out in this series. I don't think we've had a bad map from ZY.
No, you're right. He's just such a presence. Oh, Jue and ZY shut down doors just as we were lumping on the praise for both of them. You spoke about it heading in towards this map. Jue came alive in map number 2, and there was the only real kind of ask we actually had of AG throughout even maybe this tournament a little bit, is that we know there's a little bit extra in the tank for Jue. Well, here it is with the support of ZY. They are inching closer and closer round by round as the pressure is being piled on the youngsters from the Philippines. J8 gonna swing out.
Yep.
As we start things off though, dropping Jue on the drive-by, and ZQ could be in trouble. Quick kills come through, but a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Jue just caught out in no man's land in that round. The pace beats him. It's a good kill back from 1-2-2-2, who's kind of firing up in this round. Makes this one look possible. Need to see some impact from Du though, and especially now that he's in the 1v2. He's just not finding the line with that TRG in hand, so time to head on forward, see if he can get it done with the sidearm. KLB spotted. KLP, though, will be the one to deliver a round for Stallions, and it is silent in the arena every time Stallions win themselves a round.
Not there just yet, but even though it's a 1-round game, it still feels like there is a long road to recovery for this Stallion side in terms of the feel of this sub-base. It's a better showing, don't get me wrong. We've already kind of mentioned that and how it brings a lot of the positives for them, but I'm not sold or convinced just yet. Eight on the corner, just in case anybody playing up close towards the boxes, but ZQ just keeping attention drawn while poking his head up. It should be a very known quantity. No plays in towards vents a lot. Both on the BL and the GR side, he is ever present there. So they'll know that that's a real possibility. It's kind of probably part of the reason why they're not wanting to overfight it too much.
Ooh, tentative push coming through here from Stallions. Smoke's going to go deep, but they're already past it, so I wonder if ZY gets caught off here. He's actually a little bit of a look away, and the timing is awkward indeed. Was not expecting them that far progress, and that'll allow Stallions to continue their good work in onto the B side. This BL side is looking quite a bit more favorable for Stallions than the GR side, and you start to have some hopes about a potential 4th map here if Stallions can keep this momentum going.
There's some life. There is some life in this side. They're not dead just yet. And AG got a call for a timeout.
First one in a while.
Yes. Didn't have to call one at all on that last map because it was so effortlessly clean. But honestly, this is the first time I've really kind of felt all series that AG have actually been under any sort of pressure. We've already kind of spoken about that. Even, you know, map number 1, that 10-7, didn't really feel like it was that close of a map. Where I think the scoreline deceiving in the sense of it being actually more one-sided than the scoreline really looks like. And of course, map number 2 was very one-sided. And it felt like this is where we were going to be here in this map, but definitely changing now.
First time you've kind of got the sense that Stallions have just edged out the momentum in terms of the sort of immediate rounds. Certainly the series as a whole is still very favorable for AG, but just the last sort of 2-3 rounds, it's kind of felt like a bit of a different game has come across our screens.
Yeah, agreed.
Stallions going to have to try and maintain that.
I would also make the argument, I don't know if you agree with this, but I'd make the argument that it's not, I wouldn't even say that it's not that this is the best we've seen of Stallions. It just looks like maybe a slightly lesser AG in these last few rounds where it's been, they look like a little bit more vulnerable than they have, I guess, prior to this point. You know, for the most part, they were kind of coasting through these previous 2 maps. This has looked at the most where they're kind of coasting a little bit, but they're now actually being punished for it.
Yeah, not sure that it's hugely a surprise, though. We sort of know AG gets a lot more work done on the BL side. They're probably quite relaxed at the moment, feeling like this series is just about wrapped up. They've moved on to the GR side and thought, well, we'll just get through this half and that'll be that. But, you know, they're still against a very quality side in Stallions, and so maybe required to lock back in. Loy, lucky to still have all of his hit points. So after that tag timeout, what is going to be the change up here from AG? It doesn't really read like there's a massive change up necessarily, although a 3-player stack over towards B. Something a little bit different, maybe expecting that as a aggression point for Stallions. It's not happening yet.
DQ and ZY up close, like we said, they should know about No. He does this a lot. It's very akin to him, but ZY was waiting for that overstep, that mistake, as the youngster will be the first to fall. Sure, an 8 will come through and soften him up, but his job's done in the round, really, of just making sure that you put pressure on towards Cano. So 1 minute 20, Stallions now going to do this without their star man.
Ooh, that's a mistake from Do, but 1-2-2-2. Oh, he almost makes amends for it and doubles down. He doesn't quite, but he's done a lot of damage. Now ZQ locked in for that angle and still not finding his flag. Eventually it comes. Shui in there to offer some resistance as well, but look at how low everybody is. And both the AG players doubled up, ZY and ZQ, tucked in the back of jail. Or JJ's not getting out here if this is the cross he's going to make. They are locked in on that line. Oh, he's lucky to be alive. Flash through, ZY wants to take the fight, ZQ swinging, doesn't manage to find the trade. All he needs is a bullet, but JJ gets it done. Stallions are still in the fight.
We've highlighted JJ in this series, especially off the back of map number 1, but what a moment there for him. At times he feels like a real unsung hero for this side, but he's picked his moment perfectly. 1 versus 2 where everybody's reeling in the HP department. My oh my, does he do well. 7-6, Stallions a lead, and we've not seen a late game. We've not seen a second half lead from Stallions once this series until now. This could be where the map comes through. If you get a map here as well, it opens the door once again. We know that Subbase has been a real nice pocket pick for Stallions throughout this tournament. It was just a bit of a curveball to not open the series with it. Well, so far, back to the success story of the Stallion side.
But only barely, you know, if it's going to come in that fashion. Clutches obviously have been a really big point for Stallions throughout this tournament, but you can't always rely on them to win maps. Maybe that's the X factor, though, that Stallions need to get through this one. That was a really nice clutch from JJ to put them in a stable enough position going forward. Not over yet. Shui gets picked off. ZY, a wayward spray there in middle. And now it's all on the shoulders of ZQ to try and hold on to this side, but it's not going to happen. He's too busy, focused in on mid, so plan's going to go down, and Stallions have themselves a 4-on-2.
Yeah, bodies dropping just so quickly for AG. Made over. The only one that really would have been any sort of effect to was Cano, of course, but he'd fallen on the way towards stairs.
It's not enough, though. They don't have enough time here, really.
Nah, they've got to start going. They've really got to start making a move. They've got to send ZQ down these stairs, and they will. ZQ going to fly down. He looks for this first fight, but he's being held on the cross by Loy, who will fall, and now it's all for Do. He's just too far away, so it doesn't make a difference. You can't even win the round, so he's going to save the KD.
8-6.
Stallions, a healthy lead. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away.
Yeah, I'm sensing an eagle eye in our future.
Same here, mate.
Well, they got a bit hasty. Already halfway crowning AG champions of CFS 2025. What if we have another story to tell today?
How crazy would that be? I think especially considering how they've recovered in this map.
Probably would be the most memorable match in CrossFire history. Certainly for the Philippines region it would be. Ain't over till it's over. That's what Stallions got to keep telling themselves. Huge clutch from JJ. Ended up actually being a 1v3, by the way.
Yeah.
And I can't understand how he's gotten away from ZQ for that trade, but he did. Could be 7-7 right now, but instead Stallions closing in on victory here on map number 3.
Well, slightly more tepid start here. Oh, Stallions, who are just trying to decipher what the defense is looking like. Canelo double back. Looks like one joins up with the pack in the direction of B. course, already taken server room control. You can set yourself up for this B split. This could be everything. Or 1-2-2 could have had 2, but it's Do who finds one through the smoke and he pulls the pistol out. Oh, ZY, one of his own. It is a dominant display from AG here in this one, as they make it a one-round game again, and that'll shut down the momentum talks of Stallions ever so briefly.
Yep. AG are not going to let this map go down without a fight. That much is already evident. And it's got the crowd involved again. They were silent for a couple of rounds. AG know how to win, though. And these are those moments where you do have to dig deep and find that winner's mentality, which they certainly have in spades. Jouet's found 2 CFS wins. ZQ and ZY win a piece each as well. So 4 collective titles among this AG team. For Do and 1-2-2-2, it would be their first.
Well,
it's like it's been a long time coming for those two as well, to be fair.
It does, especially, you know, I mean, we've been talking about Do being one of, if not at times even being the best sniper in the world for kind of a while. As long as I've been working in CrossFire as well, his kind of name has always been in that conversation.
And even prior to that point, to be honest, as well, you know, you go back a couple years, you know, I think the big 3 were Gokun, Do, and Xiao. And Gokun's definitely fallen off in that regard, and Xiao's had a pretty poor performance here as well, so it is Do that stands tall.
Oh my God, KLP overlooked the possibility of ZY advancing on that split. As the stairs move of Jouet came through, so numbers go back in favor of AG. 4 versus 3.
Do's worried about this B site, though. He's called 1-2-2-2 back across. As well, he probably should with KLP's position, though. It doesn't seem like Stallions are too committed to anything just yet. They're kind of hoping for a pick somewhere. It's going to go the other way. ZQ beats No at his own game, and now KLP is going to have to try and lurk his way out onto B, which is rarely going to work if you're walking in with a TRG. Finds nothing. ZY in behind. JJ will drop the C4, and that'll be the round. There's just surely no time here for KLP to get all the way over to wood, retrieve that C4, find his way into a site, and then plant. So AG are back in the conversation.
Okay, AG tied this one back up, and the longer this map goes on, that's where you look at the fatigue factor. You look at really this AG side with buckets of experience. This is where they do their best work, and seriously putting the pressure on the youngsters now.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a long time coming for AG. 2021, we've reiterated a couple of times, the last time that they won themselves a trophy. And they're now 2 rounds away, 9 kills away from doing it here.
Hugh caught on the swing. Lloyd, nice find by him, looks for 2, but it's ZY, quick on the trade. A little bit of damage being dealt towards ZY, but nothing really. That would be a problem. ZY did just have a little check-in. If he stuck around for half a second there, he probably would have had KLP dead to rights, but he might get him regardless. He might have to jump for information. Oh my God, it's so janky.
Info's important though, it pushes KLP back. You just can't stay in that position once you've been spotted. But still, kind of opens up the A site. AG scrambling to get safe from the vents position. Will allow Stallions out, and a 4-on-3 retake is by no means a sure thing here for AG.
Sure.
Big transition still yet to happen here for 1-2-2-2. That will cost some time. And a smoke at the stairs position as well for AG means that Stallions are going to burn quite a bit of time off this C4.
Yeah, that smoke in towards stairs goes a long way. It's really put pressure on. Flash over towards stairs, but Flash is coming through from window to try and put pressure on. KLP's really got to stand tall here. A bit of a turret in towards backside. Oh, and he does for 2. And he gives them life, but it's not enough of it as Do finds one to close, and they've got just enough time for the defuse. All gamers, map, series, grand final point here. And Stallions are now playing for overtime to stay alive here in the grand finals.
This is the moment where if you've got anything left in the tank as Stallions, you throw it at the wall and see what sticks. 8-9, the music building, AG around away from yet another CFS trophy. And a CFS trophy that would complete a near perfect year. In fact, I might go so far as to say a good enough year on the international stage that it is perfect. They won EWC, and they might win CFS here. Those are the two biggest tournaments in the world of CrossFire. Sure, they didn't win ACL, and things were a bit up and down in CFPL as well, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. If you win here, that is everything for these CrossFire teams, and AG looking to do it nice and clean. 3-0 here against Stallions.
Is there anything left in the locker for the little team that could from the Philippines? Stallions, now or never to stay alive, but that music rings off. Look towards, once again, the A site. Stairs has been a priority for them these last few because they know they're getting space here. That could be a nice nade. Jue under a bit of pressure as he bounces that flash around the corner. He's trying to take engagements, but he's also trying to buy time coming through. KLP will fall, but KLP and JJ combine. So Do and ZY left with everything to do here to try and settle this in regulation. I don't know, this is a tough retake without the numbers.
How badly do they want it, Nao? Do and ZY. It would be Do's first. Can he get it done here? 10-8 is on offer. ZY on the entry, not good enough. JJ saves the day for Stallions, and it's all on the shoulders of Do. He's been so clutch, but I'm not sure he's going to have enough here. A swing from KLB surely should get it done. No swing to come. Time, the problem, and the shots as well. 9-9. Stallions survive.
We are not dead just yet. Life left in them, but the finest of margins, and it was bated breath because you know Do can pull off clutches like that.
Oh, it was close.
Never discount Do in a spot like that.
If he had the kill, he had the time, I think, for that defuse.
I think you're right.
But not to be.
We go on. We're not done just yet. More CrossFire needed.
That's what we want, isn't it, though?
Of course. Especially this map. If it was something akin to the previous two maps, I would have said, okay, fair play. It's been a little bit easy to predict how this one's going to pan out, but this map actually has some real life in it.
Yeah, it's been electric. And everything slows down once again as, the next few rounds, they're not going to be the deciders.
Yes,
right? They're going to be the positions that you build off of. And set up a stable platform to work this overtime. So some of the electricity has gone out of the air, but it will rebuild over the course of this OT. JJ's waiting patiently for a push here in lockers that will never come by the looks of things. AG heading elsewhere.
Nothing really being off it up just yet. A slow encroachment as AG trying to figure out what to do, but they're going to walk straight in towards Loy. So his first engagement can be everything. Bit of damage dealt, he'll get flashed, but a nice flick and he'll find Jue. And that drops the C4 too. AG are forced to commit now down towards his A site, and it's going to be a bloodbath to get down here, and they really can't do so. 1-2-2-2 is tagged up very low, but Do will find a kill of his own, and so will ZY. Hang on a second, a bounce back as KLB and JJ combine. This is carnage, it's pandemonium, and KLB finds an important one. Do dropped. Stallions in overtime take the lead.
Had to be ZY there. I mean, you had Do on the flank, and he got a kill, but it was largely ineffective kill. So Stallions, 2 in a row now. Pressure goes back on the shoulders of AG. They're having to start thinking about Eagle Eye, another map coming up potentially. If things go astray here, can't be getting too far ahead of themselves. JJ surely has to get traded here though. He's gone alone, and he does well to get one, but not the biggest of concerns for AG when they can trade it so cleanly. Sort of pulls open the defense a little bit, but Stallions have played aggressive out wood, so Loy's spotting quite a bit of info.
This is a really bold move. He tucks himself here, by the way.
I do like it, though, in the OT. You've got to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Caution to the wind. He's been spotted out, and that'll be a problem, but...
He gets out.
No, he stays. Oh, and now he gets out.
I was going to say, he was going to get out, and he's like, no, hang on. There might be a fight here, but I think he makes the smart call of falling away. Also, it kind of forces AG to spend a little bit longer when they're kind of clearing these angles that they had cleared early at the start of the round. They're now going to spend a bit more time just deciphering, is he actually still around?
Got plenty of it. Minute and a half still on the clock. They will have to re-clear wood, as you've mentioned. That'll be ZY again on the entry duty. Nothing needing to be done there. They get him for free. KLB watching from the missile silo with a grenade in hand, I think. Yeah, flash out. Trying to just delay here, but unable to do enough. Loy will fall as he's in transition, and it's a clean entry, a clean enough entry at least, to the A site that will allow a plant. ZY gets a bit too over eager to take space and gives up his life. Now ZQ low, thinking about doing the same thing. Bullets going back and forth. 1-2-2-2 will really have to be the one to clutch this one up for AG, because ZQ will fall over like a wet paper bag, and 1-2-2-2 finds an important kill onto No. KLP about to be spotted out, gets the kill though, importantly onto ZQ, and there's only one place that 1-2-2-2 can be. It's behind this pillar. KLP won't clear it. He's on the defuse, and surely it's around for AG. 1-2-2-2, you've got to get a move on. He gets there in time. Then 10.
My God, that was close. That was close. The decision to stick there by KLP is the right one, right? He has to go for that, just because the time is basically all but gone on the C-Force. The right call, he gets so damn close as well. He doesn't take it kind of off in terms of trying to take that fight, which, it's close, man. It really is. There was a moment there that 1-2-2-2 could have left things a little late, but not to be.
I'll tell you what's funny though, is even the security guards in the arena here are getting into it.
I can tell,
every time. They're like giggling like little girls when that round comes through.
Couple of fist bumps as well when they're seeing these rounds getting taken by AG. Yeah, like you said, it's just such a big deal here in Chengdu, especially having the home team be so close to getting their hands on that trophy. Stallions aren't going down without a fight. And no matter which way you put it as well, this tournament is them, they have earned respect from everybody internationally.
Flash over the top. Sway, he has so much space, but doesn't quite work out. And KLB putting up a stoic defense. That felt like it was almost a sure thing, but AG just not hitting their shots on the entry, and Stallions are working hard for this OT. They're going to have the 2-1 lead.
Wow.
AG on the BL side there as well, so.
That's an easy round. Like, way too easy of a round for Stallions.
Are we going to Eagle Eye?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, and I do wonder what the vibes feel like in the arena if this map gets dropped. I think most people, ourselves included, felt like a 3-0 was going to be an all but done affair, and you can even see around us as well. A lot of people setting up assuming that is going to be the case, but Eagle Eye is absolutely still a possibility. Back on towards that BL side. Spoken about it, that's where it's felt like Stallions have done their best work. So if anything, it's have an advantage heading in towards the BL side. All signs do point to Eagle Eye.
Yeah, concerning prospect certainly for AG, but they're not going to change their defense up all that much. Again, no real signs of aggression from AG. They are going to back their side holds. Misses a shot. He spots out 3 players, gets on this line, misses another one. Now he's really under pressure. He needs help, and he gets it from 1-2-2-2, who will fall. But it has stopped the scale into the side, and AG are going to set themselves up for the hold. ZY now in, losing his fights, and it's all on Shui. He spots KLP and saves the day. A 2-on-1, AG needed that. That got way too close for comfort.
Yeah, ZY's got to do better there. He's got to do better.
I agree. I really thought AG had done enough with the initial 2-for-1, that the rotation had come in, they'd backfilled in. There was enough players there, but they all just fell.
And of all people as well, that you expect to be a bit of a rock.
Yeah.
ZY is one of those names that's come up. 22-16, exactly. He's one of those guys that we have that thing of we just sort of assume that to be the case. But, right. Fantastic in that previous map and fantastic in that previous round. We're tied once again, 11 apiece. And now, It is the question of who can get 2 in a row, or is a golden round required? Golden round in map 3 of a grand final. That would be pretty wild.
Well, we were kind of close to it last year in map 5.
True.
Went 13-10. Didn't quite go the golden round, but yeah, there's been some nail-biting finishes to CFS grand finals in the past, and this could well be another if AG managed to slip this one over the line. CY so close up behind this smoke, hoping to find KLP, see if he can catch wind. There's a flash through. KLP surely a dead man. Can't be entering like that. ZY though will fall.
He wants to get out. If he gets out, that is a near perfect play in towards doors, but the fact that he falls still leaves maybe a gap to work with. 1-2-2-2, just get out.
Yep.
Doesn't need to stick around there, a little bit too exposed. It's unorthodox, but once you're a known quantity, it's not worth it. ZQ in transition, caught on the cross as JJ continues to have a real big impact. 22 kills and 16 of his own as well, going toe-to-toe with that of ZY and keeping Stallions in the fight as they've got the numbers, but this could be a bit dicey. No. Gonna hit his shot. Nato bound around the corner, doing the pressure here as well. Has to hit a shot and can't. Pistol pulled out, but it's too little, too late. And it's all on Dre in a 1 versus 4. Stallions are about to find map point.
Yep. Too much to ask. 12-11. Stallions this time are the ones that have the chance to close the map out. AG let that slip through their fingers. Will Stallions make the same mistake? There goes golden round. It could be anybody's guess.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let's see. Final round of OT. Golden round's own different thing, and ZY are flying towards the fight. What a server room take coming through from All Gamers. Absolute balls to the wall, Crossfires. They just know they have to take early map control. They have to put the pressure on towards Stallions. They cannot afford to sit back and play passive. That's not how you win these games.
Stallions want to retake this position. They're really jostling for it. KLP gets himself a kill onto ZY, and 1-2-2-2 will drop as well. Meanwhile, though, there is still re-aggression from AG. It is a massive jostle for control. ZQ picked off. 2 players stand between Stallions and a map 4.
No way. We might have more to discuss here. Eagle Eye as well, and, well, maybe even a new compound too.
This push, though, from Jouet could be everything.
Look at his HP.
He's low, but if he gets in behind, finds a multi-frag, or even just one, that throws a fox among the henhouse. KLP is watching the angle. Jouet
does he clear him?
Wants to make his move. Has to clear him, but can't. And now it's a 1v3 again for Du, and he was good in the 1v1s, but the 1v3s have been elusive thus far.
Yeah, as you'd assume they'd be, of course, for most people. We need a hero. And is he going to don the cape? Spots the first, but he's dropped. And that is Stallions who survive a scare. They push us to a map number 4 here in the grand finals.
Well, so close yet so far for All Gamers as map number 3 goes 13-11 the way of Stallions. And the question I have for you, Nao, is will that be the biggest mistake all gamers have made all year? Failing to close that map out. I mean, ZY had a stellar performance at 24 and 18. You look at it on paper and you think that is a series-winning performance for all gamers, and yet it wasn't. And Team Stallions are still in the conversation. So now we go to Eagle Eye, and things could really break open here.
And it just wasn't good enough, you know, on the flip side for all gamers. But I don't think it's anything to do with a lack of individuals. I mean, ZY, 24 and 18 for him, but everybody had their instances, right? You know, the remaining 4 getting 15 kills across the board. You think that fundamentally it should be enough. And especially when you compare the scoreboard, it looks like it should be AG walking away with it. But this man was unstoppable. JJ, fantastic showing. 1.5 KD, 1 kill per round, 98.5 ADR, and 5 opening kills. A fantastic display coming through from a man who's been fantastic all series long. We look back towards map number 1, back on port, and he was the lifeblood of this side, and he continues to be so as well. So a kind of a difficult spot they're in now as well, because I think you're spot on, right? Is this going to be the biggest mistake that AG make all year long? Is this going to be where, again, they'll come back to look, you know, the thing that keeps you up at night, the mistake that you look back on and say, if I just did this differently in this position, we would have closed out the map 3-0 in the series. You have given an opportunity. You've given a lifeline to a side who, when you give them an inch, they take it a mile. We've seen it all tournament long as well. This side do not pull any punches, and when they've got momentum on their side as well, they are, as we've seen so far, the hardest team to stop in this tournament. I worry about this. We've kind of Eagle Eye coming up next as well. It's a map in which, of course, generally we look towards as being a map in which I think is a bit of a handshake, but latter in towards this series, it's a real second win for the Stallions.
Yeah, I mean, Stallions did win it last time around 10-6, and I keep throwing my mind back to that JJ clutch 2v1. We could be somewhere else, but now we're heading to a break before map number 4.
Alrighty, we're getting the show back on the road. We look towards now map number 4. We never even thought this was going to be a possibility as well. All signs pointed to AG closing this in some fashion, but the fact that they've let things slip has now opened that door. We've spoken about it. The lifeline here, Jordan, now offered up towards Stallions, and the question is, can they grab hold of it and punish AG for the mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll just say if a map 4 is on offer, I think a map 5 is also on offer. You know, once you kind of break that floodgate open, Stallions might get this job done. At least they might get it done enough to push it through to a 5th map here. Again, we'll go back to that same conversation we were kind of having. I don't think it was AG falling off too much necessarily. I don't think they played a terrible game there at all. I think Stallions, again, just sort of finding themselves a little bit of leeway there on sub-base. So we're still getting a very, very nice game of Crossfire out here from both teams. It's nice, close, competitive, going back and forth. It's exactly what we want in a grand final. And the beauty of it here, again, for Stallions is it's not just one guy that's getting it done, you know? And we talked so much in the lead-up about No, but I really don't think he's been the hero
actually
in this
unimpactful, to be honest.
Grand final just yet. I think JJ, again, he obviously picked up the MVP, but we've been saying his name even on the maps that they've been losing, has been having a really, really great game in this grand final. So, look, there's still a little bit that I think Stallions can look towards. Again, if No really comes online here in one of these maps, all of a sudden, you know, they're a title contender again.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, I mean, JJ so far has definitely been leading the way in terms of the numbers department. He has actually just looked excellent all the way throughout. I think KLB called a pretty good game there as well in towards that sub base. It's quite punchy rounds that are really making life a little bit difficult for AG. These tempo shifts that they're throwing in as well, it's making life kind of hard to deal with. So it now becomes kind of an interesting predicament, I think, for AG, where they've got to reset. I think, you know, this is a series that it kind of felt like it was lining up for them to take in 3. And again, like we said, now the fact that they've lost a little bit of control, how big of a difference does this make? We're going in towards Eagle Eye. Last time these two sides played as well, 10-6, in which Stallions won. So they've already got a win under their belt on this one. And it is one of those spots, once again, where there's this worry that it will innately lean in, you know, for this AG side saying, okay, well, they beat us on this last time and they looked pretty good in doing so. How worried actually are we?
Yeah, I don't know that you can read too much into that, though. I mean, again, AG won sub-base 10-4 in the opening series between these two teams at this event, and Black Widow went the way of Stallions. Both of those maps have swapped here on the stage, so, you know, again, Eagle Eye, if it went the way of Stallions previously, that doesn't necessarily indicate that it's going to go the way of Stallions again here, and I'm sure that AG have done their preparation for this map. In fact, it was AG in this series that did peek into Eagle Eye as opposed to New Compound.
Yeah.
So they obviously prefer to go towards that, which is surprising to me, considering they were really, really stable on New Compound. They kind of swept Stallions aside on that map. They won it 10-4, but they feel like they are maybe a little bit stronger on the Eagle Eye coming into this grand final. So we'll see if that proves to be a poor decision. And I think, you know, it's a little bit disappointing in a way that the grand final has played out in this fashion because of the veto, because of the picks from Stallions. If they don't pick into Port and they do pick into sub-base, they open the series with a map win. Go into map 2, sure, they lose it there, but we'd be at 1-1, you know, and who knows where the series goes from there. But they dug themselves into a bit of a hole, I think, by picking that map of Port as the opening map. And now they've got to try and find a way to recover it. But Eagle Eye, you can't ask for too much more given how it went in the previous matchup. So I guess we'll just cross our fingers here for Stallions and see if they can get that job done.
It's a real big question mark. You know, we have to be kind of so frank. And I think win or lose, it'll be the big talking point is just that veto process. And you know, as well, regardless win or lose, I'd actually love to hear the reasoning behind it. You know, it's a map in which, again, it felt so questionable going into, and of course we know it now in hindsight, you're 0 for 2 on it, and it put you on the back foot, and you know, you made life difficult for themselves. It will be even more commendable if they're able to make this sort of a thing work for them. But regardless, the spot that we're now in, I do ask a lot of questions about this AG side of how easily can they shrug this off? How easily can this side just say, you know, this is what happens, this is part of the process, we move on forward, and we're able to kind of bounce back quite well. It's not always the easiest thing, but I think they're a side that if anybody's going to be used to this in a way, it actually would be them. And we've already spoken about it. AG do not make series, you know, easy for themselves. They're struggling against the likes of an EVOS, X-Rocks dropping maps. So let's see. Map number 4, about to get underway. Let's get it started.
Well, one thing that we can say for sure is that it is still going to be do or die here for Stallions. They've got their backs against the wall, and they're going to have to go down swinging if they go down at all. Aggression out the gates, and Stallions are wiping the floor with AG in round 1. That is a statement of a start to Eagle Eye.
Yeah, talk about just really setting the tone. It is flawless. Oh my God, AG. Guys, the map's begun.
Yeah.
Not for them, but my God, has it for Stallions. What a way to start. What a brazen call as well. You know, KLB said, right, guys, fly into the fights. Take map controls, take the kind of pace to them, and I love it.
Isn't that a bit more what we want from Stallions?
It is.
Anyway?
I want control. I want them to put pressure on AG. Do not let AG set up in their executes without at least having to fight their way through.
Double sniper set up for Stallions on the GR sides. First time we'll see that in this series. And KLB is now going to have to be the sole sniper in this round as Do finds his counterpart of KLP. They are aware that there's a forward hold here on long. The flash is going to go over the top to try and enable the peak. But no kill to come from it for AG. I feel like they might have missed a bit of a trick there. I think they really could have punished that one a bit better.
There was 2 there that they could have got. And they got neither. He actually threads the knee though, but Do, second time of asking. Down goes JJ. You'd argue, as much as obviously we always talk about no, so far this series, the most important man has hit the deck, and 1-2-2 is in behind, but it might not even matter. Do a one-man army, a turret here in this round as he catches no as well. Loy will double back, but Jue will make sure he can get nothing for his position, and it's all on KLB, who is wielding the TRG on the opposite side of the map. And Du's holding it too, actually.
Yeah, this will be really the map that you want Do to come online on. I mean, look, every single map in the pool, you can get some good value out of your sniper, but especially a map like Eagle Eye, snipers really can dictate how this game does play out. And so to see Do in fine form at the start of this round already is a bit of a positive twist for AG. So no doubt this round's going to go their way. That's a good shot from KLB. But it's not going to get him back into the round, so time taken here for Stallions just to have a bit of a chat about what they're going to get up to in the next.
Yeah. Well, for North End, is that KLB's not really saying too much. He's just looking to see if anything on the tail end, but he's just going to save the KD. Stallions have a response thrown back in their face as AG tie things up. It was kind of tentative, actually, in the early part of this map. You know, we kind of spoke about where it was that really kind of punchy round from Stallions to start, but AG fight fire with fire themselves. Individual brilliance from Do, 3 kills to his name, the 3 opening kills in the round, no less. And well, Stallions, they were just shell-shocked by individual ability. So back to a level playing field, and if Do continues to have this level of impact as well, Stallions do start to get into a bit of trouble. You know, we're talking about skill ceiling wise as well. There really isn't a debate between him and KLP. Do on his day, head and shoulders above, but it's always come down to consistency for Do more than anything.
This is a similar approach to what we've seen actually from AG on this map many a time.
Yeah.
They like to set up at the bottom along and just try to work the picks. We've got Do sniping well and ZQ picking up a TRG here as well. It pays to play slow. Stallions are not giving them too much though. Very reserved approach from the GR side right now.
Creeping towards that minute mark, and yeah, like you said, how reserved that is, there really isn't too much information to be gained by AG and what Stallions' defense looks like. For the most part, it feels like they're relying quite heavily off picks in the early to mid round. But the mid to late round, with nothing being shown here by Stallions, they've got to be the one to take a forward stance in this. They've got to try and open something up. Lloyd, the pressure, deals some damage, but he can't get a kill. But he just left reeling. He should be dead to right, but him and KLB kills a piece as they're still trying to scale. Do finds an important one, but a quick trade. C4 dropped, time is ticking, pistol pulled out, and KLP and No will close. Stallions, nice response.
Yeah, just going into the lion's den really there, AG. They walk into a huge crossfire.
I also just think they just had no idea what they were doing. They like didn't make a call. They were like, let's just hope some fight's going our way, as it did in the previous round. And when Stallions didn't give them any engagements, they just sort of made like, I guess let's just fly in here and hope this works.
Didn't. back to square one. Is it something that we can start to question for AG? You know, the depth of this map pool, how far does it go? The Eagle Eye was their pick. You know, you've got to have faith. You've got to respect the pick. But so far, it's progressing nicely for the GR side of Stallions.
Okay. Really tentative starts these rounds on Eagle Eye. Feels like, especially comparatively to the previous maps, it feels kind of an indictment of maybe how uncomfortable they are comparatively to those opening 3 maps where, at least for AG, on the BL side, they looked a lot better. And right now, it's like, you know, you look towards AG and they're just hoping that somebody from Stallions flies into a fight here, but with the round the Stallions have just won, why would they? There's nothing really that needs to indicate them making kind of a forward foot to take any sort of control. They can sit on sites, and it's worked.
And again, how often do you really see that from Stallions? Like maybe once or twice a map. We've already seen it once.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get it in the next round or so. Shui trying to find those entries. And he's been successful alongside ZY. No, also bit of a whiff. And Loy was spotted out by Du, who's in a bit of a handful here against KLB. Whiffs all over the place, but AG happy with the proceedings. They find themselves in a 4-on-1 pose plan. You'll take that every day of the week.
What a weird little round.
So AG going to equalize it here at 2-2. They are really bringing quite a slow pace to the proceedings on this BL side, though.
The execute itself was really quite nice. Get a little fortunate, but next round were good. Loy's been spotted now as well, so this round is all but done. ZQ will swing to close, and he does. It's much more methodical in the approach. It's not always a good thing, in all fairness. Sometimes as well, these tempo changes can be what is required to make them uncomfortable, but so far, I guess if you're AG, you can't complain. It's higher back up, but it's not good enough. You need to be now starting to chain this into taking a lead.
Bunch of nades go back and forth, but no connections. Starting off round number 5. Another slow and steady one for AG. Well set up in mid in case there was going to be that aggression again from Stallions, but I feel like that's just going to be a one-round wonder, really, from Stallions. I don't think it's going to be something that's in the strat book long-term. Nice forward hold here for Loy and for KLB with that smoke. You might be able to rotate an extra player off toward the A side or into mid at least. AG trying to pull something out of Stallions with all that util that they're tossing over to A, but not really committing off of the back of it. Loy spots them out in mid, and he's going to be overwhelmed. ZY just continues with that pace. KLB will trade him down. It costs him a lot of HP, but at least it's a 4-on-4 still. Territory being taken here by AG, and ZQ just goes flying through the window. The dispatch of KLP. The flies are falling. And it is 3-2. AG claim the lead.
It's a lot better. Again, you know, we can still make our question marks about the early rounds, but those last 2, the executes themselves are actually really quite clean. Still a Stallion side who, momentum-wise, have been playing catch-up and, of course, need to be playing catch-up all the way throughout the remainder of this series. I feel like for Stallions, the real first step to finding success in this sort of a matchup is trying to head into the second half with a lead on the GR side. We know that AG have really liked playing the BL. If you can limit how much success they get there, that feels like your best opportunity to put pressure on them in this series, in this map of Eagle Eye. So far, AG back with a slim lead. Standard setup for Stallions, they've not really changed from this all too much. It's been 3 playing out towards the A side, 2 towards B, and they're leaving basically everything in terms of mid completely open. The most we've done in terms of an aggressive play by Stallions in the last few has been this hotel control, but outside of that, pretty simple stuff, pretty standard stuff as well, just waiting for the fights to come to them. That's where we're making this kind of conversation about for AG, of you have to find better ways to sort of pull them out of position. Right now, it's working because these executors are hitting your shots, but there'll come a point where they don't, and that becomes dicey, but that might not be now. Shui for 2 to open things up, and Du will add to the misery of Stallions, and it looks like AG are set for a 4th.
Misery loves company, Nao.
Yeah.
4 rounds being put together here for AG. That's company enough so far. 4-2. Stallions, again, feeling their dreams slowly start to slip away. They'll call the tack timeout to try to reset a bit of that momentum that AG have been building.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. And I think probably if you're tanked here as well, it starts to become a bit of a conversation or actually we need to change things up. The last 2 rounds, all gone the way of AG quite cleanly. I think we need to find ways to put pressure on the early round. We've even seen, right, earlier in this map, an early round pressure, a flawless round from Stallions, and granted, it's a bit more of a gimmicky round, but it's a way to break the momentum a little bit. I just feel like at the moment, what Stallions are doing, which is playing 3 towards the A side, 2 towards B, standard default setups where they're not taking really any map control, bar maybe having a little bit of a look in towards Hotel. It is too easy for AG to maneuver around and to set things up for a numbers advantage to execute.
Tell you what, being a drummer,
yeah,
it's got to be hard yakka after a while.
Tough on the arms, good workout.
They'll be hoping
the flag bearers.
Oh, that's right, that too. And they'll be hoping this one ends 3-1. Arms are getting sore. On the other side though, Stallions hoping to go another. KLB's punching away. He's got must have gum or something.
Yeah, they've all been doing it, both EVOS and Stallions, before every game starts, respective coaches are doing tanks or go behind, go with the pot of chewing gum beforehand. It is actually proven. If you play with, like, you know, in any sense, if you do something with chewing gum, like, for example, if you study with chewing gum in, when you take a test, if you take a test with chewing gum in, you have better retention of kind of the knowledge and better kind of recall on the knowledge as well. And
you think we should chew chewing gum while we're working?
Well, then no. It depends, because we don't really practice, I guess. It's more like practice into
beneficial. People wouldn't really like the noise.
Yeah, exactly. I'm one of those people, I like, when people chew out loud, it's like,
it's a trigger?
It triggers me so much. It irritates me so much. I hate it. I can't even control it. It's like subconscious. It just infuriates me.
Luckily, you're not in the Stallions TeamSpeak right now.
Yeah. They've got to have a seriously good noise gate on to deny that coming through.
Well, timeout there from Stallions. No change in approach at all for AG. An extra player stacked over on A from Stallions, and that'll be in response to the fact that AG have really just been trying to batter down the door on A over and over again, and have been successful in doing so.
I kind of like that idea by Do. He just doesn't have the confidence in himself to stick around. He could have crept his way upstairs. I mean, granted, there's an angle at range that he was pretty cautious of, hence why he doesn't, but he could have made his way forward. In comes the barrage of Utul. Cross smokes in towards the A side as they're once again just trying to draw out numbers from this position. They've had a lot of success towards A, but it doesn't mean they're going to commit there.
And these pushes through mid have actually been a bit problematic for AG, and might prove to be again, although the entry is there from Shui, and Loy can't seem to find anything. He's working hard for it. Eventually, does get ZY, who was scaling in to take a bit more space. ZQ trying to deny his entry into the side, but Loy comes good in the end.
Great
work for Stallions. They're still in the combo.
Yeah, Lloyd just stays on his toes. Can't complain with that one at all. Keeping on the move, difficult to deal with. Stallions bite back. It's been 3 rounds in a row from AG, so very important to get a response there. Still a hell of a lot more needed for me to be convinced.
Aggression this time from Stallions. Oh, but not over-aggression, just having a bit of a peek on A-Long. And then disappearing back into the site. So there was potentially something brewing there if AG would have hit it fast, but they've not been doing much of that. AG also typically like those pace changes a little bit later in the piece. Last couple of rounds of the map is where you'll tend to see it from AG.
Well, let's see what they've got for us. If AG can just book a lead before the turn of the half. Oh, hell, massively. Just that bit of breathing room. Again, we know Stallions can be difficult to deal with on their BL side, respectively. Both sides, that's where they do feel like they have a real preference. Are you going to double back towards Hotel? The idea was nice, but he's just a little late. They were poking and prodding there. And I'm out for a late A take. And the first time in a while, there's actually only 2 bodies here as well, so it might work for them.
Bunch of flashes in for AG. Opening frag will not go the way of Stallions just yet. They're still hunting for it. In the end, it's AG for 2 into the A site. They are just looking way too crisp on these A takes. Stallions need to do something about that, and they need to do it quickly, because every time AG goes in this direction, they are getting every entry they want.
No. Playing on the railing, just trying to find a gap on the edge of this smoke as well. Jouet can be the first fighting.
We don't know about that.
Oh, down he goes. Yeah, that felt a little bit overzealous, especially considering the HP of 1-2-2-2. And Do is not full HP. Oh my God, and the full HP man of ZQ gets cleared effortlessly. All on the shoulders of one man, and the youngster can't close it. Do will respond. And AG extend that lead, guarantee it in towards the second. Now at 5, if they can close out the half at a 6-3, Stallions once again in a world of trouble.
Yep. Well, again, bearing in mind it's the Blacklist side where AG get all their work done, so I think they'll be really gunning for this 6th. Stallions again trying to read into the possibility of a faster A play. Gonna put that pressure in onto Do, who whips out the sidearm. He's got backup here of ZY. The trades, though, are completely missing. That's a mis-execution for AG. Flashback over the top. ZQ runs straight into nose barrel. And it does look like Stallions will finally get that fight on long that they've been looking for the better part of a couple of rounds. ZQ's wrapped in behind Loy, but won't be able to secure it. And so 5-4, another close map brewing.
I think I'm right in saying that's our 3rd half now to 5-4.
Yeah.
Had it last map, this map as well. I think I'm right in saying the 10-7 also was a 5-4. So, let's see what they've got for us. AG, 6 opening kills, only 5 rounds. They'll be kicking themselves a little bit. Win prediction favoring Stallions ever so slightly. Let's see whether that pays off as well. JJ, 1-2 first contact. We actually never saw a true kind of proper hotel take by AG in the first half, but Stallions changed things up. Lloyd to find the first as Jouet gets clipped.
Oh, Stallions already looking mighty fine on the BL side. ZY will peg one back, but it's not enough to get us too interested. Nice timing there for Do on that fight. Still needs to negotiate this 1v3 going forward, which again has been kind of his mortal nemesis, really. He's been put in a few 1v3s.
Yeah, he doesn't yet to convert one. 1v1s have been pretty good for him, but 1vx's different story. But I can't blame him. I mean, statistically, such an anomaly to win them. He hyped them up the just in case. Stu creeping his way forward. He sneaks on by.
I don't know if he did. Did he get
spotted here? Well, it's a hard shot to hit in towards the cable car, and it'll be closed out by KLB. So, Stallions, easy response, easy tie. Comes a little funky once again. You know, we speak about this BL side for Stallions.
Yeah. Again, a map that AG did struggle on in the last series. So, expectation could be that they'll struggle on it again here. 1-2-2-2 holding forward, but quite isolated here. He'll maybe have a little bit of a swing from ZY to help him out if the push comes in his direction. Transition through there from ZQ as well to re-smoke the bottom of B long. Stallions not going anywhere quickly in this round, though. So those pieces of util from AG will be largely inconsequential.
Very spaced out BL side right now. 2 deep B, 2 deep A, one of which has now just gone down as Loy was trying to make a move, but he was isolated. So very simple for Jouet to win his fight. Doesn't even take a point of damage. That's a numbers advantage with nothing really to show for it for Stallions. It's a questionable move just because of what was the point, really.
Nice up close and personal for ZY. And seeing that TRG, the double TRG setup being employed on the GR side of Eagle Eye. ZY's pretty handy with it. EQ. Gets his head taken off by No, but I'm not sure that's really going to do too much to help Stallions here. There's just way too much map control for AG, and 1-2-2-2 being in behind in BL spawn is going to be a real thorn in the side. KLB's now been spotted out as well, and that kill will go the way of 1-2-2-2. So AG stay in front.
They do. Just making sure that they're keeping as much of a gap as they can, that kind of arm's reach away. 6-5. Early nade damage on towards KLP too, takes a pop shot, but successful. Ooh, that's a bold move. That's such a bold move by ZQ. How he gets away alive in the first engagement is something in itself. The nade bounding round might see him off. Well, it's KLB, that'll find dude. ZQ's still somewhere here, but 1-2-2. It is a wild move as they bound round it towards Hotel.
Yep.
And it's all on the shoulders of the IGL now.
They were expecting 1, not 2.
Yeah.
Certainly not 1-2-2-2.
Bars.
Yeah. I'm quick with it. AG, really, really nice micro adaptation in that round. Puts KLB in the 1v3, and you think AG will probably be pulling ahead again here and setting themselves up for another potential trophy lift. But let's see what KLB can cook. Can he unleash the beast? KL Beast, where are you? Maybe not here just yet at 6-6, but 9-6.
Yeah.
How about that?
C4 down.
Long transition for AG. It will cost them a lot of time to come across.
Clock bot above the head as well, so the more it ticks, the more pressure on this retake. They do have a little bit of util to use as well. I think on some of it, there's the flash. It full blinds KLB as well. He's got to hope that a couple of fights just fly in and don't check his angle. He might get in behind. Time ticking. Look at that timer on the C4.
No way.
He's going to drop down. The only thing is it's not planted for him here, so it might not even matter. Even if he wins the fight towards ZY, he still just can't get Dre off the C4, so it doesn't matter. That's the only issue with dropping down there. The idea is nice for frags, but it will not win you around.
Yeah, he tried so hard, and it was such a good effort. But not enough. 2 rounds the lead now again for AG as they home in on a victory here at CFS 2025. Again, Stallions not done yet, and they have that belief. I'm sure they've still got it. Another forward hold from 1-2-2-2 in Hotel.
Two rounds ahead, 3 away, in this GR side really clicking for AG. More than anything, it's just the numbers advantage that they continue to keep. Ball moving towards Hotel as ZY going for a look in. Nothing spotted. He needs to be careful, just that window. No one really wants to peek in towards window from that GR side for the most part. But a bit of a spam, and JJ going to take a bit of damage there. So at least information for AG to work with that spam, knowledge that there's people set up waiting for Hotels. That's why 1-2-2-2 has gone back for control.
Time's ticking away in this round, and Stallions haven't really achieved a whole lot. They have not taken any long control on B. They're starting to have a look at A. Du and Shui. Ooh, actually doing a bit of a spot of bother now.
Oh.
That's interesting from him. Just had a bit of a mental lapse. So the defense of A will rest on the shoulders of Zhui for the moment. ZY coming back across to reinforce it, but he can't see anything, and Zhui's tagged down to half HP. This could be Stallions into the side, particularly if ZY misses a shot like that. That's
it.
I'm afraid a little bit too easy for Stallions.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. ZQ's trying to re-aggress as he's got the support of 1-2-2-2, but even still, it shouldn't really make that big of a difference on the round. He's all that's left as well now. Just a little bit too easy, as you mentioned. Loy spotted the last, may I say, of ZQ, but I know who sees it off as he wants to take that fight to lose his life. The thing is, offering up these frags, I don't know how big of a difference it really makes. The only issue is they're so isolated. KLB's over towards window as Loy being there on the lurk. To call it try, 1v3 turn 1 versus 1, but there was just too many people to fight.
Time was always going to be a concern there as well, even when it came down to the 1v1 if he didn't get traded, so pretty clean round in the end for Stallions, in my opinion. Not enough to get them back to an even scoreline just yet, but Still very much a map that feels like it's hanging in the balance. This grand final delivering. JJ down low to start the round off, and 1-2-2-2 looking for a fight there. He's actually not going to be able to improve upon that early damage. But he does send Stallions packing. They just have not been able to dislodge this B long position at all.
Well, little trade here as JJ and KLP will swap guns. Just uses a damage dealt towards JJ. He's liked playing around Hotel, and he's liked actually looking for information here as well. And if he continues to round that corner, he'll realize there's no one really here. They need to double back to bolster up the A side. It's due. First contact will be his at range. Oh, he's going to find it as well. Loy, as he peers his head around the corner, his head gets ripped off his shoulders. And the damage dealt towards JJ as well. Numbers advantage looks very pretty for AG here. Nice nade too. Really nice nade on towards KLP. They're in trouble. They're in trouble. They're crumbling all around the map here. KLP's in the back line. It's Labid, but he'll win out of this fight. But I don't even know how big of a difference it's really going to make. You look at the 3 versus 4, and you look at the difference in terms of HP.
They don't know where to go either. It's going to have to be toward the A site. KLP's got an important kill if he finds one more. Oh, the round could open up, but a critical double. And AG maintained that 2-round lead.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Again, it comes down to the HP difference at range as well. Pistol not always your priority, but in that instance, does well. So, 2 ahead, 2 away. AG getting closer and closer to the trophy in their hands. But we saw them close in that previous map, and it wasn't enough, so I'm not going to count out Stallions just yet. ZY, so much info spotted. If 1-2-2-2 can get 2 here, it would be huge, and he does with support. Back into a 2 versus 2, but trades are everything here. It's such a bloodbath.
Yeah, massive brawl. In the meanwhile, though, AG do a pretty good job of just taking a bit of that map control with Jue having now pushed his way into middle. Stallions are essentially stuck. Unless they go over bridge, that's not being watched for the moment. Do transitions to have a little bit of a peek. So he's got to keep an eye on multiple angles at once, and his timing will be critical here. Grenade's going to go through. That might give away his position. Did he spot them? Well, he has now, but he's missed the shot. KLP, though, still going to go down. The headshot comes through, and then KLP has no idea. Do for the double again.
Du is bailing them out of bad spots time and time again. He's extending life towards AG, as they are just 1 hurdle away. They're so close to the finish line. Yep. His trophy is all but in their hands, but that was the same story in the previous map, and it didn't happen. We needed 3 in a row from Stallions, and we got it then. So I'm not going to count them out here.
It's been 4 long years for All Gamers as an organization since their last trophy in CFS, and once again, we are 1 round away. We were 1 round away on sub-base, and they couldn't get it done there, but you have to say they have been the better team in this matchup, and it has been somewhat inevitable. That's at least what it's felt like. We'll see if Stallions can stave it away 1 more time, or maybe even 3 more times, as that pressure begins to mount on their shoulders yet again. 1-2-2-2, up close and personal. Still hiding inside of this smoke. Has been found, though, and will get nothing out of that position.
Surely got to expect another in towards Hotel. If somebody's making a move like that, there's normally support with it. Joel onto back with one of his own that might prompt a move out of Cano. Will that move be for the benefit of him? It's a TRG and ZY's hand at the stairs, and a rifle up close. Forward down and flashed in. Is he going to fly around the corner with it? Yeah, ZQ will. He'll have a look, but nothing there. But he can just stick and hold the angle. It's a bit of a pixel peek that should benefit him. He spots 2, could be in trouble, and is. Down he goes. Stallions should know. ZY flashed him in, that he's somewhere around.
Well, Stallions don't want to make that mistake, because they know that one mistake could prove fatal, but
not done here yet,
looking like they're pretty good in this round. Starting to breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Doesn't last long, though. It'll be another 50 seconds, and then we'll be into the next round where, again, AG will get to have another crack. ZY, he's not done yet. 45 seconds left on the clock here for Stallions to make a bit of a move, but now that it's gone back to 2-on-3, this might start to feel winnable. ZY is stepping up in a big way. Oh! No, don't do it to them, ZY! Not like this! 1v1 against No, can't hold on!
Oh my god, it was a college try, but 25 seconds. No versus Do. The respective stars, Do spotted and tagged, but so is No. As he looks to prioritize that C4. Time ticking, 15 seconds. And Do biding his time. Patience might just pay off for him. No gonna tuck his head, but where do you fall back? How do you take the fight? No, who's bailed him out before, does it again. Bated breaths here in the arena. The Stallions aren't dead just yet.
Everyone take a breath. Everyone take a breath. A collective sigh of relief for the Philippines fans and a sigh of despair for the fans of AG. I thought ZY was going to get it done. I thought that was going to be an all-time finish to a CFS Grand Final, but not to be. Stallions, they keep hanging in there.
Decide they got 3 in a row to take it to OT in the previous map, a sub-base, and they wanted an overtime as well. Surely not a repeat as well.
Well, that would be criminal for AG to let that slip.
Twice, in fact, yeah, you know what I mean? It would be wild. That first engagement, just smoke and play. I won, but yeah. Great effort by ZY, but Kano so confident there. You very easily could have just played up and towards the site and bought time, but against somebody like Do, it's not good enough, and he's been so good in the 1v1, so he takes the fight to him. Credit to No. It's the first step in a bit of a bumpy path to stay alive here in Eagle Eye. 130. They've got a decent amount of map control here through mid.
Held at bay by their own smoke for the moment, actually, if they were to try and push in towards A. It does look like that's going to be the play. And A split. 3 players here to defend for AG. Is it going to be enough? Maybe not. Shui down early. ZQ under a bit of pressure here. Can't double down. The site will fall. And again, it's ZY that we turn our eyes to, but he's got way too much to do. Oh!
No, just fell off.
No's gone off the map. That cannot be the way that you lose this series, surely. ZY and 1222 will still have a crack and try to put this retake together.
Man, how much of an error will that be? How much of a problem for Stallions? They've still got the numbers advantage. Time is ticking here on the C4. JJ spots one. Very nearly gets clipped as well by the TRG. They've got to start to go. Not a lot of time here, guys. We've got to start making our way in. There's one. 1 to 2. He needed a second, but can't quite get it. There's no real time.
Surely.
Pistol pulled out. ZY flying in towards the fight. Tap towards the C4. Does he have it?
I don't think
so.
so.
Damn close.
He doesn't.
Does he have it? The answer is no. Stallions survive again.
What?
By the finest of margins, this side have God looking down on them.
What on earth am I watching right now? So close, yet so far, again, for all gamers. Everybody in the arena holding their breath, and again, disappointed. But Stallions with this never say die attitude, they just keep on going.
ZY has really found some life in him in these last couple of rounds. It's not been enough to see off the map, but my God, is he looking clean and crisp. He'd struggled
earlier in the round.
Yes, he'd struggled basically all map long so far. He just looked really unimpactful. Now he's picking his moments, but we go to the final round of regulation. This is a, you know, we had a fantastic final last year, right? 5-mapper, OT to close, but this has the potential to be an all-timer if this recovery here. ZY first to go down. He's the man that's given them life. In all of these late rounds, he's given us the chance, and he's now in the grave.
Can't believe it. But we have been saying this entire series, this entire tournament, AG have been good in the 4-on-5. When they're at a numbers deficit, they actually do find a way to convert these rounds a lot of the time. This would be the perfect time to do it. Shui tucked in behind the box on A long. He's going to have a contest coming in his direction. Do is watching for it.
They're splitting as well. So 1-2-2-2 has to be a little careful. He actually probably has to be a little impactful on this fight, because Do's having to move around to avoid the chance of being split upon.
They don't check.
They might walk past him. Oh, trigger discipline. But he can only get one. ZQ going to find one of his own as well. 3 versus 3. Kano's taking damage. This is still dicey, and they've got to recover the C4.
Yeah, bomb's going to be tough to retrieve with ZQ on that angle. Do's pushing forward as well to try to hold it. Stallions very tentative about this push. They don't have a lot of util to make this one work. Flash around the corner again to try to set 1-2-2 up, and this could be it. AG, a 1-for-1. Do strikes for the trade. It's down to now just Loy, who needs to be the hero for his team, and it's all against him. And finally, AG will do it. It's been 4 long years for this squad, and they get the job done. The champions of CrossFire Stars 2025, all gamers.
Congratulations to all gamers on becoming the champion of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals! Step forward, raise the trophy, and share this moment with your team!
淬火成钢立百战，荆州问鼎铸传奇。再次恭喜 AG 战队夺得桂冠，成为2025 CFS 世界总决赛冠军。
The champion of CFS 2025 Grand Finals.
好，看到我们的冠军队伍已经捧起属于他们的奖杯，请我们的选手们来到我们的舞台中央。
holding the trophy. Let's welcome to the center of the stage.
恭喜你们成功夺冠了！那么接下来我们也有一些问题想要问到我们的选手们，先从嘉伟开始好了。Hi Reflections, here's our champion show. Is there any questions you wanna ask?
I definitely do. First, I want to talk to Jiawei. Jiawei, an incredible player, a wonderful performance. First off, congratulations on your 3rd CFS Grand Finals win. Such a tremendous accomplishment. But it's been a long time. The last time you were on this very stage was in 2021. It's been 4 years, Jiawei. How does it feel to finally be a champion once again?
好 ，Reflections 想问你啊，这已经是你第3次夺得 CFS 的冠军了。那上一次是在2021年，已经可以说是久别重逢了。再次拿到了今年2025 CFS 世界总决赛的冠军，有什么样的感慨吗？
时隔4年了吧，然后
It has been 4
我太想他了，
years. I miss this champion. It's been feeling so good.
Jiawei, such a good feeling, so much effort and work put in to be on the stage, to lift that trophy once again. You know, for the past 5 years, All Gamers has believed in you to be on this roster and win multiple championships. What does their continued support mean for you as a player?
相信这个感觉肯定是非常的爽啊。那还想要问问你，在过去的5年啊 ，AG 其实一直非常的信任你、支持你，对于你个人来说，意味着什么吗？
我觉得我们每个团队，我觉得我们个人包括运营，然后管理层、教练组，让我们整体吧，然后我觉得缺一不可，然后我觉得我们都很棒，我们团队就是最棒的。
我们团队就是最棒的。好，接下来来问一下我们的 DOO。
Now let's come to DOO.
Reflections, your turn.
Of course, gotta talk to DOO, young sniper, a wonderful performance. And first off, congratulations on your first ever CFS Grand Finals win. You are officially a champion. This has to be a dream come true. What's going through your minds right now?
好，首先恭喜你首次夺得了 CFS 的总冠军，必定是梦想成真的时刻。那你现在心里在想什么呢？
就非常开心吧，因为打了职业这么多年以来，别的冠军大大小小都拿过，一直差一个 CFS 的冠军，然后今天也是圆梦了吧，还是比较开心的。
Champion, and it's a dream come true. I'm very happy.
He's happy, and he should be doing it in front of this wonderful crowd. You've achieved the Grand Slam. You've won CFPL, EWC, and now the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. What's left for you to accomplish? What is next in your journey as a competitor?
现在的心情肯定是非常的开心的。那对于你来说，目前可以说是收获了大满贯了 ，CFPL、EWC， 还有此次的 CFS， 可以说是堪称传奇。那么对于你来说，接下来的职业生涯还有什么样的目标呢？
我觉得职业生涯是充满挑战的吧。人要不断的突破自我，才能达到想要的高度。然后我对我自身要求也比较高，所以说以后可能会要求自己做得更好。
好，我们再次把掌声送给丁。
Let's cheer him up and give him applause.
下一位啊，我想要问问宠儿了。
ZQ。
其实宠儿应该说是退役2年之后再次重返赛场，能不能告诉大家？这一次是带着怎样的重要使命来的呢？你这一次是带着怎样的重要使命来的呢？
因为当时去年 A 级止步8强嘛，
last year we only made it to the top 8.
我的4个队友和教练还有
my coach，
还有腾哥和飞机上回来。
They came back from the tournament. Now let's give applause to ZQ.
因为职业选手其实这么久没打，其实影响挺大的。
Tournament for a very long time. It's been very influential for me. I can only pay more efforts than other people.
在2年的时间内，其实离开了这些大赛的一些积累啊，但是再次回来，相信在线下一定有了很多的积累，包括你多年的积累，才能够再次带队进入到这次总决赛，并且拿下冠军。因为其实你是从2014年出道的嘛，2015年开始打 TL 到现在啊，已经有了10年之久了。能不能跟大家分享一下，你觉得这10年自己身上最大的变化、最大的改变是什么？
最大的改变就是以前可能特别害羞吧，跟不熟人一句话都不说的，然后现在慢慢可能话更多一点的脾气。
Talk more than before.
然后更成熟一些。
And I'm more mature.
变得更成熟了，话更多了。这是我们从采访的过程当中，大家应该就能感受到啊。以前他只会回答我说，不知道。现在是终于可以说的更多了，也把更多心里所想告诉大家。那么下一个问题也将是我们很多你的粉丝都想问你的。明年还会继续打比赛吗？
Will you continue playing next year?
主要现在的人都太年轻了，对面都45岁，我现在
依旧非常的厉害。
But you are still brilliant at this game. I'm not as good as before.
宝刀未老，但是想把舞台和机会留给更年轻的小伙子们，是不是？
我现在也不确定，主要之前确实2年前有遗憾嘛，但这次。
I have some regret before.
也圆满了，
Now I have won this champion. We'll see what
已经拿到了自己想要的荣誉，并且带队回到了 CFS 最高的舞台，拿到至高荣誉。下面想问一下欧欧了，
I want to ask ZY.
其实，在宠儿回来之后，因为他担任主指挥了嘛。宠儿回来之后，因为他担任主指挥，那对你个人来说，你会更能够专注在枪法上吗？
So does this allow you personally to focus more on your own aim?
拖底能力很强嘛。
So ZQ has great ability as entry player, so we are more rest assured, and he has more tactics in in-game leading. So this champion is your second world champion as a senior member and an experienced veteran. How do you usually help the younger players on your team to grow quickly?
其实就是我们教练组，然后杨哥、亮哥，然后加上我们一起的努力吧。
and also our efforts.
能不能跟大家说说，在刚刚9比7那一分鹰眼的时候，最后差那么一点点时间没拆掉标，没拆掉包，内心是什么样的感受？
How did you feel?
以为要赢了，然后又
we were about to win, but
有跟队友
our
说什么
dream
吗？
just
或者
slipped
队友有给
away.
什么反馈吗？
What did your teammates say?
因为当时他们在看我屏幕
Because
嘛，
then
然
they
后其
were
实就差
staring at
那
my
么1
screen.
秒
It
吧。
was just 1
已
second
经找到了
away.
对面机会了。
Yeah, you
但
find
是
opportunity.
胜败有时候就在自己
But
局，是不是？
actually,
但好
win
在我们
is
最后
just
是稳住
one
了，
step
拿下
away,
了冠
but
军。
you
好，
still
我身边
win
的
the
二哥
champion.
二哥快睡了吗？怎么回
So
事
you seem
好，来问一下
quite sleepy.
我们的122是
So
作为
1,
队
2,
内
2,
非
2,
常年轻
as
的选
one
手，
of
那
the
也可
younger
以说
players
是
on the
出道
team.
即巅峰。
You
你
achieved
认
success
为
early
自
in
己
your career.
最大的优势是什么呢？
What do you think is your greatest advantage?
就
我跟二哥
最大的
还蛮好
优势
像总
就是是
这样的一个开局啊。
Yeah, it
最大的
seems
优
it's
势就
always our
是4个队友都太
beginning.
强了，
I think
就
the
是天然优
other
势啊，队友都
teams
太厉害了。
the other
队友太
teammates
强了，
are
这是天然优
very
势。
strong.
那
This
现
is
在
our
呢，你拿
natural
到了各
advantage.
项大赛的
Now
冠军
you
荣耀
have
了，
won
未
championships in
来
various
其实
major
你的职业
tournaments.
生涯还有
So
很
in the
长一条道
future,
路，
you have
你希
still
望
a
成为一
long
名
career.
什么样的
What
选
kind
手
of
呢？
player do you want to become in the future?
成为一名，成为一名。
看了看自己的队友，
Yeah, you
想这个。
just look at your teammates.
还没有
Yeah,
想这么多，
I
是不是？
didn't think
未
so
来有什么
far.
目标吗
Yes. So what are your goals in the
多拿
future?
几个冠军吧。
Just
多
win
拿
more
冠军
champions.
创造
Yes.
价值，
And
为
create
AG
value.
拿到更多的冠
And
军，
win
也为
more
自己
champions
拿
for
到更多的
AG
冠
and
军，
for
不负
yourself.
几个老大哥的期望，是
And
不是
live？ up to their
好，
expectations,
感
right?
谢幺
Okay,
二。那
thank
么
you,
每
1,
一
2,
次啊，
2,
其
2.
实
So
我们总决赛的时候，我
every
们都看
time
到
in
现
the
场有
grand
很多的
final,
粉
we can
丝
see
来给
there
AG
are
支
so
持，
many
来给我们的
fans
冠军队伍
supporting
支
you
持。
and supporting the
因为有你
champion
的支
team.
持，所以有
So
他们非常
with
精
your
彩的表现。
support, we can see their
同
brilliant
时呢，
performance.
每一场的总
So
决
at
赛
the same，
我们也
time,
会为
every
大家
grand
公布
final, we will
FMVP 的获得者。
announce the F
所有的 CFA， 你们觉得
MVP. So
今天的
all the
FMVP 会是谁
CFers,
呢？
what do you
我想
think
问问，
who
先问
will
问
be the
Reflections。
F MVP?
Oh, Nina, that's a heavy question. There's so many great players on this very stage. Honestly, I don't even want to take a guess. I just want to know who it is because the FMVP could be each and every one of them. First off, congratulations to all gamers for this tremendous win. And you just got to stay tuned. We're about to announce the FMVP. Nini, any guesses from you? Who do you think it might be?
哇哦，这有点难猜啊。
Yeah, it's hard to
Reflections 说
guess.
这是一个很难的问题，他也一直在思考当中啊。但是我觉得，我们不然
But
一起来看看大屏幕
let's
今
just
天的
look at the
MVP 得
screen
主究竟是谁
and
吧，
check who
好不好？我
is
们来
the
看
F
大屏
MVP of this
幕。
match. Congratulations to ZQ on winning the MVP of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Now step forward. I think Reflections have many questions for you.
First off, ZQ, I just want to say, by the way, you said, what, 30 years old? I'm 30 years old, okay? You still have a lot of life left in you. You're still good enough to play on this very stage. You're a champion after all. So I just want to say personally, I hope you stay, but no pressure to do so.
第一个问题是你30岁了，我也30岁了，但是呢，我相信你还是有很多机会能拿更多的冠军，所以我希望你明年能够继续打比赛，继续留在我们的舞台，你怎么看？
There's no pressure to answer.
反正如果队伍需要我就继续
If
打
the
嘛。
team needs me, I will continue to play.
You are not only a champion, but you're also the FMVP. What does that mean to you personally?
你不光拿到了这一次的冠军，同时也获得了本次的 FMVP，对你个人来说意味着什么呢？
其实我拿到这个 FMVP， 我觉得也是队友的功劳吧，然后他们疯狂的给我拉枪线，所以可能让我发挥得更好一点。
They gave me these utilities so that I can play well.
You've had a long CrossFire career, a successful one. Honestly, you set the standard of what it is to be a champion on this stage. Who's been the biggest supporter of your CrossFire career?
确实，你有一个很长的职业生涯，打了这么多年。那我有个问题想问你，就是在你这么长的职业生涯当中，谁是你最大的支持者？
可能是菲姐吧，她一直相信我。
Probably菲姐 he always believes in me.
You might be the F MVP, but you have a family behind you. A family that has supported you throughout each and every tough moment. What does your team mean to you? And what do you want to say to them right now?
你获得了 MVP， 但是实际上你的背后是一个大家庭的支持。那你认为你的团队对你来说意味着什么？
我觉得团队每个人都特别重要吧，因为
everyone in the team is very important.
因为我觉得团队所有人都尽了最大的努力来打出 CFS， 所以我们最后取得了成功。
The utmost effort so that we can win.
Ladies and gentlemen, ZQ, the FMVP and champion of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Give it up for this man right here.
好，让我们再次把欢呼声呐喊声送给我们这次2025 CFS 的总冠军的
FMVP of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals.
好，请宠儿回到我们的队友身边，然后同时也请我们的冠军队伍再次捧起属于你们的冠军奖杯。
Trophy again.
3、2、1，我们是。
We are champion.
Once again, congratulations to Team All Gamers, your champions of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. And to every team who competed, thank you for the passion, resilience, and unforgettable moments you brought to this stage. To all the fans here in the arena and everyone watching around the world, thank you for being part of this journey with us. This concludes the CFS 2025 Grand Finals in Chengdu. Until we meet again.
感谢每一个人的付出与心愿，各位选手与 C 粉们一起创造的精彩回忆，将永远留存在我们的记忆当中。让我们后会有期。
We will see you again.
See you next time, Cfesports. Everyone, good night.
下次见啦，各位朋友们。
See you next time.
祝大家晚安。
Good night. We will see you again.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble and Nini, of course, for that wonderful send-off of AG, your champions here for the 2025 Grand Finals. A lot of us expected this to happen, of course. I think we had a lot of twists and turns and fun moments during this Grand Finals, especially the fact that Stallions made it this far, and we're going up against AG for the second time after falling to them in the upper bracket final. And made for a pretty fun series. You know, I felt like they were holding on for dear life so many times. And I even thought on that Eagle Eye that maybe they were going to tie it up and bring us to a map 5.
Yeah, I don't know where that ranks in all-time CFS Grand Finals for me. Certainly a conversation between that and last year's result. Kind of hard to beat a 5-map OT final, but that was definitely up there as far as I'm concerned. AG, I agree, looked like they might let it slip again, and that could have been a very, very interesting finish in that case. I think, obviously, there's a lot of conversation going to happen here for AG, and congratulations, of course, to AG for picking the win up here in CrossFire Stars 2025 Grand Finals. But I do think, if we take a look back at the tournament as a whole, in particular, really have to give a shout out to Stallions for making it as deep as they did, and they, have done something for their region that has been pretty unprecedented. We've never seen a Philippines team in a grand final, let alone pushing it that distance. So I think that's going to be a team that we're really going to be looking forward to seeing in the future, keeping a real eye on. It felt like this year was AG's year, really, from the outset, but going into next year, I mean, who really knows? This Stallions lineup, with the experience they've got on stage, anything could happen.
Well, it's been a great Grand Finals. Thank you so much for joining us. We just wanted to give you a little sign-off. Until next year, have a great night, Cfesports.